Barely. Sorry, I need to spell it out. I had to step out. Yes. I just started it, so. We will see, we will see. Not even ever.
You can't turn the lights
They have it low, so you can. The PowerPoint is otherwise impossible to see.
on.
Yeah.
I
And everyone. Right. Please start.
Thank you, Shamari.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's our standard thing. Do you have a speaker card right there?
Do I have a business card?
Speaker card.
Yeah.
Here, I'll set them out by the agendas. She's getting it. Fill out.
Everything else, it's just here.
Don't panic, go sit down, I'll bring you a card. I'll bring you a card. You're here. Yeah, like, hey. I was not sure. I'll let you know. She'll give instructions at the beginning on how to use the speaker.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say that we are grateful to Cipra.
Oh.
This is Cipra's space. They've allowed us to use it, but please recognize it was just a shell room. There was nothing in here. So we got into a place where it's gonna be functional, try to make it really nice for us as best as possible. The lighting is a little, weird. All of the lights that are on are attached to extension cords back there, so be careful there. And so I'll probably turn on a few more once we get the presentation started. You guys have some snacks here, but there's more right behind the wall that you want to as well. The restroom, when you walk down there, so from this perspective, if you walk through that little kitchen there, the restroom's over there, but you would access it from this way. Okay? All right.
Thank you, Micah.
Lots of different things. Yes.
I'm running late. It's very- No.
No, but we have 5 to get started though, right? We have 5 to get
We have
started.
a quorum.
5 to get started, yeah. We'll elevate.
You can have Elevate on Barbara Shane's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right, good morning, everyone. Great to see folks this morning on a Saturday, chilly morning. Great to see, community engagement and folks out this morning. So we would like to welcome everybody to the Oakland Police Commission, 2025 Strategic Planning Retreat. We will be calling this meeting to order. Begin, by taking roll call. At this time, we will start with, Commissioner Jackson Castaigne.
President.
Alternate, we'll save you for last. Commissioner Wilson Riles.
Last but not least. President.
Commissioner Williams, good morning. And alternate Commissioner Farmer, I'll be elevating to a regular commissioner. Here. Excellent. And Chair Garcia Costa, I am also present. So welcome, everybody. I will hand it to Ms. Micah, to our Chief of Staff, to get us started on public comment. And then we will begin our morning. And thank you all for your grace. I know we're running about 10 minutes behind, but we're really excited to have participation for the day. And we'll be having a couple of commissioners joining us shortly. They're running a bit behind.
Absolutely. So he cannot I can't express any more than he did about how excited we are to have the public here. Our last retreat, we had 2 people. This is like huge, so I'm super excited for you. Wasn't sure how to plan, but I hope there will be enough food for everyone. Just a bit of housekeeping before we begin. The restroom is right through that kitchen area. If you need to access it, walk that way and around. If you're going to fill out speaker cards, do it this way and hand it to me instead of walking in front of the screen. That way I can get it and we're good to go. I have a few speaker cards here. Public forum. And I have it from Mary Vale and from Millie Cleveland. Ms. Vale, would you care to go first, or you want Millie to go first? Okay. So the camera, actually, it would be great if you could stand up. That way, at least we know who's speaking. But the camera, so just to give you guys more housekeeping, we're also filming for Zoom and KTOP. So there's the camera that's showing everything. So we want people to be able to see you. That's the camera there, but it can't pick up your voice.
I just wanted to ask that some time be spent on what it means to be an independent body in practice. Are you clear what you are independent from? So I would like the commissioners to walk away with some collective understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Cleveland. Ms. Vale?
Having this meeting today at a really risky time. There's the general narrative, against somehow that the more oversight there is. Pursuit policy. Yet by the beginning of this house year, it was clear that certain moderate mayors and government were all changing the policy in San Francisco. These changes have already resulted in election in March, which weeks this summer, in 3 deaths, which is the combination of pursuits of dangerous. Number 1 is innocent bystanders. Number 2 is police officers. Number 3 is citizens. So policy has proven in most aspects activity, but tend to crush the retail. Policy, as it should be, everything I'm saying, about pursuits in Oakland, developed over decades. Open demand, the use of force, all negotiated settlement. Instead, we have the governor, CHP, and these unions line and saying, push you to a commission, intervene to make the policy more strict. And I'm hoping that chief counsel, they're possible to officers consider there could be productive edits to abandon the current policy, like San Francisco. There will be deaths. So you guys can be careful with these outside requests to study. They're not against that it's only the city council asking each conference. The response, essentially. The second one is government. It's unions what happened that commission position. And most recently, she met Patrick.
You don't understand what you're saying. You can't hear you.
There are no more public comments at this time, Chair. So next would be Angela with the meeting objectives. I got 2 weeks to switch, okay? The Zoom and this.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. This is really exciting. This has been a long time coming for the second part of our retreat. We started this last March. And since then, we've had a big change in our commission and our structure. So it's actually kind of good timing that we're revisiting some things, but we're also going to start anew. We've got 3 brand new commissioners that have started 3 full terms. So today our goal would be to definitely do a little bit of team building, get to know one another. I think all of you are aware that we meet pretty regularly, but all of our time is very focused on just meeting and going through the agenda. So this is a good opportunity for us to get together, collaborate, understand one another a little bit more. We welcome the public to participate as well. Part of leading that exercise, so we'll get there. But also, it's very important for us to start on the same footing. We need to have a shared understanding of our legal mandates, our authorities, our powers, and our duties and roles and responsibilities. So we'll walk through that. And then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of what we're here to do today, which is to develop our multi-year strategic plan. This is going to serve as our template, our foundation, our Bible, so to speak, for the commission. We want this to be multi-year. We want this to be a collaborative effort. We want to have community input. Thank you all again for showing up. But we also want this to be a sustainable living document. So it's really important that no matter who's in charge of the commission, we have something to go off of for the next leadership and any other commissioners to come forward. And we will continuously be revisiting this plan and updating it as we kind of check things off. Our goal is to develop SMART goals. So things that are specific and measurable, actionable, what's the R?
Was it reasonable?
Realistic and timely. Thank you. See, this is the collaboration we're talking about. I blame that on pregnancy, right? So I'll have a few of those today. But no, I'm really glad to have and see everyone here. If you have questions, please, again, speak up. We are all here to share our ideas and come up with and develop some innovative solutions and strategies for our commission for the next year or 2 going forward. So thank you.
All right, so now we can turn it over to Chair Garcia Acosta for the team building exercise.
All right. Let's see, do a quick time check, see what I'm working with. Good, sounds good. Good morning, Vice Chair.
Is that work for you?
Yes, perfecto, perfecto. All right, you can stay if you don't want to get up and move, but I want to ask people to get up and move a little bit so we could get our blood flowing a little bit. This morning, we want to do a quick little exercise, spend about 15-20 minutes or so, just to get to know each other. As Angela mentioned, we have new commissioners, and we want to explore a little bit in my culture, what we call conocimiento, right? Learn a little bit about each other, where we come from, why are we passionate to do this work, why we wake up on Saturday mornings, on second and fourth Thursdays, and put in our time for the city, and how can we harness our powers to be able to build a collective force. So we want to do a little bit of activity. So I'm going to ask commissioners to stand up. There's only, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to ask us, we're going to do a series of 2.5, almost 3 rounds. See if I can get it. There we go. All right, 2 rounds, 2 rounds. And I'm gonna give instructions for each round. It's pretty simple, but we want folks to get to know each other. So I want to break it up in, let's see, I think the 3 of us, Angela, myself, and Rouse, have been knowing each other the longest. So let's split us up a little bit. Y'all 2 know each other, but I'll do Angela, Commissioner Williams, and Commissioner Rouse. And then the 3 of us will do that. Yeah, I think we can do it. Actually, I want to do it. Actually, no, because we're participating in the organization, we need to show what we were to do.
Anyone who wants to participate, come on
If
over.
you want to participate, we'll have a community group as well participate. But if you guys want to just hang out and chill while we do our thing, then that's fine. Why don't we come on in over here? So we'll have Ron, Miss Micah, so, Ron, why don't you come on over here? Miss Mike over here. Do you want to join us too? You know what? Come on. It's all right. That's my daughter. Is this your daughter? Oh. We gotta get on this.
Yeah, be over here.
Just so you guys grab your minutes. Oh, give me one person to record, actually. What I'm gonna ask you guys to do is get, a couple of these right here. Actually, take it close to the right, each word is big, or each concept is kind of big. Take a couple of these. Okay, what I'm gonna ask you all to do is huddle up. And I want you guys to have a quick discussion and find commonalities that all 4 of you share. All 4 have to share these commonalities. All 4 of you have to share. You own a dog. Do you like to go to sleep at night early? Are you insomnia? Do you like breakfast? Do you like coffee? All kinds of random things. Get to know each other. We're gonna spend 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Quick. Start adding up things that you might have in common. Personal, professional.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, right.
There we go.
We all have a dog. We all have or had a dog. Those I mean, like, corner rates, you know.
Yes.
Say area.
Yeah.
No, you're not there. Okay. All.
I was born in Denver.
Yes, that's wrong.
Okay. Check, I gotta make sure that all of my commissioners, many of you guys come up with this time. You all like the Warriors, right? Nation of Fans? There we go, come on, I gotta make sure all my commissioners on the same page. Come on, Angela, come on over. Can't say no to Steph Curry.
What about something kind of like, what draws us to?
What are you talking about? Yes.
Yeah, something like that. That'll be our last. They are playing those.
You got any more cards? Try to let them big too, so we can kind of see.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm writing them all, okay.
You're right, it's one sentence.
I have different color pens.
Oh,
Here.
yeah. It's the word thing. Hey, I'm sorry, you guys have no choice, we're all words.
Oh. I missed that. You have very nice handwriting, but that's what I named after. Do we? That's done.
Okay, what about, absolutely.
We all love. Angela Davis for Halloween. So, she has to make it like an Afro wig, and then it has this and it's for Angela on it. So everybody looks like Angela on it.
All right. 1 minute, y'all, 1 minute.
Fun fact.
1 minute.
Well, no, mine said I was named after your things, now we all.
Oh.
Like to garden. Travelers, that like thing. Oh, wait.
We have. All righty, how's it going? We're getting ready to wrap it up.
What about? Like that.
All right, my peoples,
We have 5.
sounds good. All right, you guys got a good handful?
Yeah. Now we have all two colors. We all have it. It's my color coordination, I know.
All righty, everybody.
We all slightly have the spectrum.
Let's move on. Let's reconvene. Thank you, everybody, for opening up. It sounds like folks were having some good conversations, being productive, learning a little bit about each other. Yeah, we gotta remind y'all it's a competition over here. All right, so. Real quick, popcorn style, you can raise your hand if you want. What surprised you about this exercise? Was it hard to find similarities? Any reflections?
We're more similar than we think.
Did anything else surprise you during this process? Don't forget the, started.
Surface level of memory now, body's not. You don't find certain
Your thoughts? More fun than we expected. Beautiful, that's what I like to hear. All right, so the next part is, I would like to have one person or a couple people from each of your groups come and present to everybody what you all have in common, what you found out about y'all. And as, oh, Micah. So, as we present, we're gonna take your index cards, okay, of your commonalities, and when this image comes back up, we're gonna take them to the trunk of the tree, to the foundation, all right? So I got the tapes right here, so I'll give them to you guys as you guys present them. So who wants to go first? Mr. Williams, you wanna go first? Yeah. Yep, I sure will. Just have to when you're done presenting.
All have had a dog. All have had a dog.
Yeah, you all are dog currently or at some point it has? Okay. That's a pretty puppy, you know, I'm not dog.
We are all citizens of Northern California.
They are all natives of Northern California. Right.
Let's do the regional first.
We all love or admire, inspire, respect, and beliefs.
Woo. A little bit about her values. Angela Davis, love, inspire, respect. Miss Angela, fun fact, is named after Angela Davis. Love it, love it.
We have all worn music cloth.
They have all worn the music cloths. Same them. She's saying them.
Community member.
Same them. All right. And then lastly, that was the last one.
We all have a passion for justice.
And this group all has a passion for justice and change. Everybody give them a hand. Give them a hand. And they're all very used to teaching in their college. And, oh, black is beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so, next group, let's go. Who wants to present? We go. Come on up.
So we got more than them.
That's what y'all all have in
We all
common.
have, some might be full, some might have lots. We all own tennis shoes.
Oh, okay. I think you said
Not
what?
really easy. We got rushed. We all have pets.
Oh, currently y'all have families.
Yeah. We all from the Bay Area.
Okay, so we have a full group of either from the Bay or Northern California. Right. All right.
We all like hiking.
Hiking,
That was a good one to find, right? That's tricky.
This group is gonna be leading, Commissioners Monkey Hiking Club. We gotta take care of ourselves. We gotta take care of ourselves. You're gonna fit in your group.
We all work with kids.
All work with kids, all right. We got some new practitioners up here.
We all, love Oakland.
Oh, hey, I think that's something we can all turn ourselves around.
We all identify as Black.
Hey.
We all been outside the country. One example is Mexico.
Hey. You guys all been outside the country?
Yeah.
Right, we're all well traveled. Sounds good.
We all are over the age of 40.
Oh, I'm not taking that one. Who goes on? 35?
We were forced to say we were all warriors.
They were trying to say they were all warriors.
I'm not saying that about me. We all live here in the Bay Area.
If you come.
And then we all have college degrees.
We have a lot.
Sounds good. So that's the one thing, I ain't got no similarities, none of y'all, so fun fact about Ray. So forget my Washington book sometimes, you know. College dropout trying to fake till maybe, you know what I mean?
Experience in this.
All right, everybody give y'all a hand there. The next one we do is individual. All right, we're not done yet. This is just the first part. This is phase one of our activity. But as we go into some of these uncharted territories, not only locally here, but regionally, nationally, these are definitely some uncertain times, y'all. We all know that, right? We're navigating, whether it be a budget crisis, whether it be shifting politics, whether it be Oakland trying to find its identity again and trying to ground ourselves. So why is it that 80% of voters voted for civilian oversight in the first place, right? And as we navigate those waters, as we
Community members. Thank you.
as we navigate those waters, as we try to figure out complex issues, we may not always agree on things. We are all coming from different places, but one thing that's for sure is that what we all discussed, we're all a lot more common and have a lot more similarities than differences, right? And the things that make us rooted in our roots, in our tree, in our trunk, that make us dedicated as public servants of Oakland, are all things that we've learned about each other, that we can all draw on, that builds the foundation while we do this work. So now that we talked about commonalities, we're going to talk about some of you guys' individual special powers that you all bring to the commission. Based off your experience, maybe your educational background, maybe how you were raised, maybe some of the heroes that you look up to, maybe some of our ancestors, right? What is our why? Why do we do this work? And what is that special skill that you possess that you bring to the table? So I'm going to ask each commissioner to get a card. And on this card, I would like you to put your name, a nickname, if you have a nickname that maybe your childhood friends or high school people. Your name, a nickname, something you call yourself or something that your friends call you, you're okay with sharing. And the first thing I want you to think about as you walked into this space this morning, as you walk into City Hall every second and fourth Thursday, as we attend ad hocs, as we work with each other, reading materials, preparing ourselves for this work. As we're drinking that second, third cup of coffee in the evening, saying, you know what, y'all, we got to be prepared for tomorrow's meeting. Let's power through this. Who do you carry with you when you do that? Who's walking with you? So I want each of you all to think about an ancestor. We called in Angela Davis in here. They don't have to be past. It could be somebody living, somebody that's past, somebody in history, maybe a life experience you had that was a changing life experience. Maybe it was a piece of advice somebody gave you. That when you're feeling low, when you're feeling like that energy, that tank is kind of teetering on E, what powers you through, what keeps you that passion, and what motivates you to come and serve the city of Oakland the way you are asked to do so, and show up and be your best self. So who? Or either an ancestor, a living person, or an event in your life that you could just kind of think to of like, this is why I do what I do. This is what fuels my passion. This is what I walk with every day when I'm feeling low and I need to draw on some of this. You know, we're living in the age of AI, right? Or today, let's tap into, for this question, let's tap into our ancestral intelligence. All right. Everybody got that? Everybody think about that? We'll give you guys a couple minutes. All right. Next, I want you to think about like Marvel comics. So you guys watch comics? Anybody watch comics? You know, superhero movies, right? Think about a superpower that you have. Or a superpower that you wish you had. No, not wish you had. Superpower that you have. Let's just narrow it down a little bit. Think about a superpower that you have that nobody would know that you possess. It could be random. It could be like you got a memory of an elephant. You'll remember something that somebody told you 30 years ago and nobody else remembers. You remember that. It could be you're an avid reader and you can pick up a book and read 1,000 pages in a night. It could be that no matter how stressful the situation is, you show up with a smile and good energy. Be creative. Think about any superpower that you have that none of us will probably know exists within you, that you're okay to share. Think outside the box. One of my superpowers is I wake up every morning at 6:30 in the morning, make sure I'm making my daughter a nice, healthy lunch, breakfast, and getting her out the morning. No matter how tired I am the night before, no matter how hard of a day I am, I wake up with them superpowers of a dad to be able to do that. Just an example of an outside the box superpower. Well, a couple of minutes. Get close, get close, Doc. All right, how's everybody doing? You guys good? 30 more seconds. All right, you ready? Ready to move on? You all have to feel comfortable to share? All right. Shane, you all right? Okay, I see you. I'm reading you. I'm reading you. I don't want y'all to do anything that you don't feel comfortable. So we'll model. I'll model first, all right? You ready to go? Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put y'all on the spot. I'm gonna ask each commissioner to come up here and I'm gonna model for y'all what we're gonna do. We're gonna come up here. We're gonna say our name. We're gonna say our nickname. If you have one, if you don't have one, that's fine. We're gonna talk about our why, who we carry with us, what we carry with us when we do this work and during hard times, what powers us through. And we're gonna say, what superpower that you have that you want to bring not only to this circle, but just to the world, you know? But, you know, we'll keep it relevant to here, to this circle, to this body, all right? Okay, so, good morning, everybody. My name is Ricardo Garcia Acosta. My nickname, for those that knew me back in my basketball career playing days, my youngin' days, everybody would call me Chico or Cheek or Big Cheek. That was my nickname. Because I was really the only Mexican on the basketball team, one, and I was a tall Mexican, so they called me Big Cheek, you know, like Chico. And I was like, my name is Rico, and they're like, nah, you Chico, you the youngest dude on the team. And I was always the youngest guy on the team, so that's where it came from, kind of stuff. You ever hear somebody call me Cheek, they know me from way back in the day. Secondly, I walk with, during my dark times, or times where it's really hard, or my motivation, and what I even got into this work at the commission from the get-go, because I carry two people with me, and I want to bring into this space my mom and my dad. My dad, who was immigrant from Mexico that came over when he was 14 years old, ended up being valedictorian, going to Harvard, and then graduating from Berkeley Law School, from both over here. And one thing he always told me is that, you know, we are smart enough to do this work. We are better. We might be immigrants, we might speak Spanish, we might get looked at as the other, but none of these people are smarter than you are. And he proved to me, by being able to graduate from an institution like Harvard back in the days when he did, that anything was possible. So I carry that with me in my walk of life and part of my background. And then also my mom, that's with our ancestors, that was a community organizer, that organized people and had the biggest heart in the world to make sure everybody was around them. So that's what I carry with me. And my superpower is, we were given these staff awards at our community-based organization a few years ago. And we're giving everybody these little certificates and calling them cool little names and stuff. And at that time, my team gave me the Baby Bottoms Award, right? And it was like, man, your superpower, bro, is that during the hardest, most stressful times, you're smooth as a baby's body. That's my superpower. That's me. Who would like to go next? Come on, let's go, let's do it. Okay, and then after we're done, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get this card that talks about our individual qualities. We're gonna post it up here around the leaves of oak, around the branches of oak. All right.
Okay, hello, my name is Shane. Also known as my sister. I don't really have anything. And when I think about this, meaningful to me because I would call my parents, Joni and Curtis, who just transitioned less than a year ago back to back, so it's a little far. But when I find myself in a tight spot, I'll call on them, as well as my grandmother and my aunt who helped raise me, and I gained superpowers. So I lift them up. And I'm also inspired by Granny Payne, who said, ain't I a woman? And I'm sick and tired of sick and tired of being tired. I want to act. And then you can pray till your knees bleed. She didn't say that, but that the reference is you can pray, but until you do something about it. And that's what brought me here today. I found myself here because I grew up in Oakland, California, and I guess I have vicarious trauma for seeing some of the brutalities that happen. And watching my colleagues, my neighbors, my friends get stripped down in the community. And I found myself going to school and working in a group home because I wanted to serve young children and ended up following the career of probation. So I've had over 24 years in probation and come up with the ranks. And so I am here to be of service to the community that I love, care about, but with a fair and kind hand because I am also have elements of working in restorative ways. And so my superpower is one thing I'm known for is also being calm, who may not always know what I'm thinking. But I would really like to say one of my superpowers is I use my third senses, so I can read between the lines and I can hear things that may not be said often. So thank you.
Up there. Who would like to go next?
Friends just call me Bones or Bo. The big, one of the big things for me is just becoming a dad. My daughter is now 16, she's gonna be 17 in July. And I don't want this to go too long. I just really wanted to help create a better Oakland for her. And my mom was born and raised in Oakland. We migrated here from the South, from Kansas to West Oakland, and then ultimately to East Oakland. My great-great-grandfather, every time I go into City Hall, I'm reminded that his first job was as the elevator operator at City Hall. So, you know, my family's come a long way. I always think about everything that they went through and our ancestors went through to get us to this point. And doing this type of work, when I think of that, makes it easier. Superpower, I don't, you know, if I really think of superpower, but I've always been one to kind of like face my fears, even if it was something public. What most people have no idea is that I used to be in the military, after my second deployment in the military, it's a little bit traumatic, and I had a really hard time with public speaking. And for about 10 or 15 years, I totally avoided any sort of public speaking situation. And then when I started getting back into doing activist work after Trayvon Martin got killed, it was something that I was able to use to motivate me to face my fear. And a lot of the things that I've done in front of people, like in the selection panel meetings, speaking at the panel like that, and being in the lights and up on the dais and stuff, it's all new to me. I've been able to face that, and it's given me a lot more confidence to do things and to try and do bigger and better things. So that's kind of a little bit about it. Yeah.
So I love the fact that now we're getting deeper, learning even more about each other. Fun fact, me and Mr. Farmer both share 16-year-old daughters that are turning 17 this year. Mine and August. Look at that. Hey, yeah.
Baby.
And thank you for your service, sir. You all, that is a superpower, man, that you share with all of us, man, so thank you.
My name is Angela Jackson Castaigne. I had a nickname shortly after I was born because I guess my parents couldn't figure out what to name me for quite a while. So for 2 weeks I was called Munchie after that Munchie Chi doll, for those of you that are familiar with the little monkey from the 80s. This baby also doesn't have a name, so we call it Baby Mango. So that would be my nickname. I grew up, I was born and raised here in Oakland, but born in House Bates. And I kind of grew up with parents where, well, my mother in particular, who kind of drilled in the biblical saying or proverb, however you like to refer to it as, to whom much is given, much is expected. So she worked at Bay Area Air Quality Management for my whole life, basically. And she would do a lot of community things on the side. So as a single mom, it was like she worked all the time, but then also worked to support her community and family and friends as well. And then my dad was a public school teacher here in Oakland my whole life. And so he taught at Manzanita. And every time I'd come home from college or anything like that, he'd force me to go volunteer to school and say, Angela, be a role model. So I think those are the things that I lean on when I come to this work. And it's kind of served as sort of, I guess, my foundation throughout life. I also was like chair of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Commission when I was in high school. So I've kind of always had this inclination to give back to some degree. in my professional career, I ended up kind of falling into federal government contracting, and then ended up working with the Department of Justice and worked with jurisdictions on criminal justice issues all across the country. And through that work, I got to see a lot of different things, but it also reminded me of my own experience in which I had a horrible and pretty traumatic run-in with with a police officer in San Pablo here when I was probably around 17, 18. And so I think that kind of fuels a lot of the work that I'm doing here, because I think having an experience like that, feeling like, oh, I'm college educated, I have a decent family, and you feel like sometimes these things don't happen to you, but they can happen to anyone. And just constantly having like a fear of when a cop pulls up behind you, and just your body tensing, and all of the experience that comes out of having something traumatic like that happen to you. That I want to see if I can help avoid that and hold cops accountable and make sure that people are being treated humanely and reasonably. And that's kind of why I do this work. So my superpower. I'm not quite sure. One of my cousins told me one time, she was like, you show up, you're always there. Like, so I may not, and I guess that might be my superpower. So I feel like having a presence and just being a participant or even a leader in something, but just being there is what can make a difference sometimes. So that's all.
Hello, everybody. My name is Wilson Riles, and up until the age of 10, my name that people call me was Junebug. It's because I was a junior. I have the same name as my father, Wilson Riles Sr., and he's my ancestor that actually kind of inspires me. He's the first African-American elected statewide in the state of California. He was elected state superintendent of public instruction. He wouldn't be able to get there. It wasn't for my mother, we all know that. So I also have great appreciation for my mother. I think I bring to this commission my experience as a council member. So my father came and observed me. It's kind of the only time that he ever observed what I was doing and commented on it. Came to a council meeting and then gave me an analysis afterward as what I did as a council member, and he said I did okay. So that was great. I also have a picture in the City Hall, not to be bragging or anything, but I've been around a while. I also have 5 daughters, and they've kind of helped to shape me in terms of who I am. One of whom is here today. Superpowers, let's say, I had a discussion once with one of my grandkids who was running around doing things very actively, and I convinced that grandkid that patience is a superpower. And I think to some degree I have a certain amount of patience. That's it.
All right, thank you. Here, come on up.
Shawana, and some people call me Shay. And all variations of that. Or Mama Wana. Let's see, when things are hard, I sometimes remember my teenage self, my young adult self, and what, I needed from a village and a community to help feel supported and safe, free to make mistakes. So I kind of remember that in my adult body, that there is somebody that has needs that may seem inappropriate or look different at a time. And I lean on the wisdom of my ancestors and spiritual guides. The thing that is the health and the curiosity of the city matters to me. I think one of my superpowers is, one of my friends said to me the other day, he was asking me something, and then he was like, dang it, he cussed at me though. He said, is anything ever black and white with you? And I was like, no, we are all very layered people, and we all need grace at some point in our lives. And I'm not quick to put anyone outside that circle, whether it's a criminal, whether it's an officer, whether it's a commission member, like we all have layers. And at some point in time, we want somebody to recognize those layers. It's not always either or. And so I think that that is one of my superpowers, being able to unpack that and find spaciousness for that. And so that's one of my hopes around being on the commission. And also my hope that the community offers us, because so far the language, I don't always hear that people are trying to see the layers of who we are and what we want to bring to the community. That is one of the things.
All right. So, thank you, Vice Chair, for closing us out. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's kind of all. So. Well, I just want to thank everybody as we close out this activity, and I hope you all had some kind of fun, learning about one another, reflecting, learning about yourself, right? And as we have all these commonalities that we have within each other to really serve as the foundation and the base of what we do, we all bring superpowers to the table. We all bring a unique perspective, a unique life experience, a unique view, and a unique way that we are going to contribute to this commission, contribute to this body, contribute to this group. Good morning, Commissioner Witt. And so I want us, as we go into our strategic planning session, as we start thinking about the next couple of years and where we're headed, as we're doing our SWOT analysis of all the different threats, of the different waters we're navigating, I want us to call on the family New Havens. I want us to call on our ancestors, right? I want us to harness our superpowers of being smooth under pressure, of having that third eye and being able to read between the lines. I want us to be able, in the most difficult situations, to be able to lean on each other and have the confidence to face our fears and to stand up and speak truth to power and represent our community and represent the residents of Oakland. I want us to continue to show up prepared, punctual, ready to go, because our people are counting us to do that. Our people in the city of Oakland are counting on us to ask the right questions, are counting on us to be able to read through the lines, to use our third eye, to use our superpowers. And when things are difficult, we're going to need to be patient with one another and to draw on those superpowers of patience, to give each other grace, to understand that everything isn't just black and white, that we're all layered, nuanced, and that when we come to the table, whether we agree to disagree, whether we're voting in different ways, where we're collectively voting, right? We're all coming from a good place in our hearts and our spirit, and that we understand the totality of why we show up the way we show up. So thank you, everybody, and that concludes our first meeting.
comment on this item on the agenda, on clean building from Ms. Anne Franks.
All right, thank you.
And James, I'm sorry. And James.
Morning, you're already behind schedule, so to keep this very brief. To me, the superpower of the police commission is your defense. And I really think that there's a need to get back to that. I hear comments about commissioners saying, well, about the city administrator's office. Let's be really clear, the city administrator's office are the ones who propose the budget that will defund oversight and keep us in NSA and other county. Right? So maybe talk less to the city administrator, talk less to people who are trying to suggest that you were the cause of all the policing problems in Oakland and bring independence. Push back, I think you could waste a month of your time on a policy that you have nothing to do with. And keep moving things forward. I'm really looking for a lot of discussion about the fact that they're attempting to defund oversight right now. To me, that is the most critical thing. I also do think that it's going to be important to find a way to have more conversations and look at the fact that the police chief told you that officers are not performing their duties because of fear of discipline. Now, I know most of that discipline is coming out of OPD, but nonetheless, his implication clearly was that you were the obstacle to police. And I think those are the things you need to discuss, and you need to embrace your independence.
We're gonna talk a little bit about the commission structure, our roles and responsibilities. I'll begin with structure. And the Oakland Police Commission was established in 2016 by Measure LL, and later expanded through Measure S1 in 2020. And the commission oversees the Oakland Police Department to ensure that the policies, practices, customs conform to national standards of constitutional policing. So we have the authority to approve, deny, work with the police department to modify any existing policies and or create new policies, particularly in the areas of use of force, profiling and protected characteristics, First Amendment assemblies and court-ordered provisions. Additionally, the Police Commission oversees the work of CIPRA, Civilian Police Review Agency, that investigates police misconduct, as well as the Office of the Inspector General that audits OPD compliance. We consist of 7 members, 7 regular full commissioners, and 2 alternates. Some are through the mayoral appointee process, and then others are through the selection panel process. And we typically serve 3-year terms. When we are lacking a quorum, at the discretion of the chair, we can elevate alternates to become full commissioners with full voting privileges as well. And we are all required to be Oakland residents, and we are all serving voluntarily. So this is all out of passion and duty. And with that, I will turn that over to our chair to talk about the legislative history, and then we'll get a little bit more deeper into the charters and measures.
Most of you all are familiar with our charters. in 2016, Measure LL. And what was really important is, we always got to remind folks, on the record and in public, that it was approved by 83% of Oakland voters. This is something that was very important to the city of Oakland, to our residents, to the leadership in Oakland, to make sure that this happened. And by passing Measure LL in 2016, it established the Oakland Police Commission and the Community Police Review Agency for greater OPD accountability and oversight. So we've heard from the public in several meetings, both on both ends of the aisle, right? Folks that are really wanting us to understand that this is an independent body, that we were voted in by 83% of the voters. Later on in 2020, S1 passed by 81% of the voters, and it contributed to key enhancements, which included that the Oakland Police Commission can hire independent legal counsel, which is something that continues to reinforce and establish our independence from the city, and provide CIPRA and the Office of the Inspector General independent budgets to operate without, let me read this again, independent budgets to operate without influence from the city administrator or the government agencies. Very important for us to continue to remind ourselves of that our charter functions, that there is a minimum amount of operating budgets that we need to carry out our charter functions, which we've heard from public comment today and over the last couple of weeks is being threatened to basically cut our legs from under us as we continue to lead civilian oversight here at Oakland. And so with this legislative history, it's also important to understand that in 2020, we had a significant national event. We are reaching the 5-year anniversary of George Floyd. We want to talk about our ancestors and who we walk with. We want to talk about police oversight. It don't get more horrific than that. It don't get more real than that. And during that time period, there was a lot of energy where folks were really getting tired of unarmed Black men getting killed by police across the country. We think about Breonna Taylor that got gunned down in her home. We think about all these cases. There was art exhibits across this whole city hall that we're in right now during this time period, honoring all the lives that were getting taken at the hands of law enforcement. Here in Oakland, with our history of activism, the Black Panthers, Tupac Shakur suing OPD, we're gonna invoke all of that in here today. Because all that energy that made Oakland Oakland, 5 years later, we're losing some of that. Because 5 years ago, there was a reimagining public safety process that happened that called out the need to civilianize IAD, where we don't have sworn officers getting paid all this money doing intakes and doing desk jobs that civilianized folks could do at a lower cost for the city. We talked about moving $18 million from non-essential stuff from the police department's budget to move into community-based organizations, which only lasted 2 years and caused a further destabilization in the community-based organization world, but we're not gonna talk about that right now. But what we will talk about is that that narrative at the time was starting to get spinned already, that was an effort to defund the police. Although what we saw was as they were moving $18 million of non-essential services to community-based organizations, to violence prevention, to frontline stuff, OPD was also getting a budget increase on the other hand, close to about 37 million at the time, I want to say, when those $18 million were moved out. So the narrative that the OPD was defunded at the time was also false. Since then, we have seen a struggle for Oakland identity of where we stand in community policing, where we stand in civilian police oversight. And we've shifted from being a leader and having all this energy behind us to now we see it. Half our meetings, we got people reminding us of our history, of our power, of where we stand and what our responsibilities are. And we got a whole echo chamber right now going on that's falsely accusing us of standing in the way of police from doing their job. Of us creating a culture that's leading to the public safety issues that we see in Oakland. And scapegoating us, whether it be a pursuit policy, whether it be trying to cut our budgets in half, whether it be pulling our enabling ordinance so that we can continue to improve how we operate within our charter powers. Whether it be freezing positions so that we have one position that's doing 2, 3 people's jobs, trying to keep us all afloat as volunteers. Or whether it be attack after attack after attack that's designed just to wear us out, so as volunteers, we just don't show up anymore and just say, we're tired, put our hands up. So things have shifted. The pendulum has shifted from 2020. And we gotta ask ourselves, given our legislative history, our charter powers, how do we be heard from the public today? How do we keep this ship going steady forward, achieving what we're supposed to achieve, and maintaining our independence while we navigate all these factors? And how do we get 5 years later, remind folks and galvanize community and remind folks that strong civilian oversight leads to less lawsuits in the city, leads to saving the city tens of millions of dollars in lawsuits. A number of other cost-saving measures that strong civilian oversight has and that City of Oakland benefits from our work. So as we start to shift away from our last ballot measure 5 years ago, and folks maybe start forgetting or start spinning the narrative of where we were just 5 years ago, we need to all challenge ourselves to figure out how do we steady the ship, stay independent, and make sure that no matter what's going on around us, both nationally, locally, that we're strong with each other, we're strong by continuing to engage community, and we're strong because we're saving the city money by getting OPD on the right track, on the right direction, and hopefully at some point off of federal oversight. But it ain't gonna be just because we're checking the box. It's because there's actually some infrastructure in place to make sure that we can sustain that. And given the current climate that we're in right now, it's not conducive to that future. So how, with all these elements, do we continue to plan and stay parts of the course, knowing that we got this all going on? So thank you. I'll leave it at that, and then we could move on to the next.
Yourself the answer to these questions. I mean, it's not quite.
Commissioner Farmer, I'm gonna go over a little bit of detail about S1, LL, and Charter Section 604, which gives us our power to establish us as a police commission. I'm not gonna speak for too long, but just some of the things to highlight specifically. S1 and LL basically act as amendments to the city charter. So a lot of information is very similar. But another one of the things that we're charged with is to hold OPD accountable, to have effective community-oriented policing, less violent crime, and obviously a police force we feel we can trust. We also have the power to issue subpoenas, as we recently discussed as a group. We have the power to propose changes by adoption of a resolution, for example, or to any policy, procedure, custom, or general order that they have that governs, as Angela went over, use of force, First Amendment assemblies, profiling, as well as force review boards. We also have the power to make recommendations to issues listed in federal court orders or settlements, such as the NSA that pertain to OPD. There have been also other things that they've had to go to court for that they've received injunctions for. For example, they received an injunction to not be able to use tear gas and pepper spray after the Black Lives Matter protests. That's something that we could have weighed in on with the recommendation, just as an example. We're also charged with reviewing the mayor's proposed budget to determine whether budgetary allocations for OPD are aligned with their policies, for example. And it also says that we shall conduct at least one public hearing on their budget per budget cycle, after which we can forward to city council any recommendations from us. Obviously, we're charged with holding the chief of police accountable to the effectiveness of OPD. We have the power to fire a chief. We also have the responsibility to report at least once a year to the mayor, city council, and the public, the information contained in the chief's annual report. We also have the power to send our chair or the SIPR director or the inspector general, who also is here, or one of their designees to serve as a non-voting member on any force review board. The charter and measure documents also explain how discipline committees are convened. They explain how the inspector general's office is going to audit all the NSA tax. They also establish how the city administrative office does not have managerial authority over us, which speaks to our autonomy. Last but not least, all three documents state how the police commission may make recommendations to city council for enacting legislation or regulations to further our goals and purpose, which we'll get into later today. Thank you. Sorry.
So, here, I would like to address the comment that was made about what they're going to be talking about, Ms. Millie, just so you have more of an expectation of what the day is going to be like. This is just an overview, and the reason why the commissioners are starting it this way is because more than half, I think, of our people here are brand new, right? And so they know this stuff, but it's just kind of a high level refresher. The strategic planning part and the things that are going to come after break are going to be led by Dr. Satterwhite. And that's where the discussion is going to happen. That's where they're going to talk about all these things they're sharing now and then help develop the strategic plan. So it's coming. And then also, you had a question for this part. If you would like to share now, you have one of your speaker cards. You may do so. Yeah, you have one for OPC responsibilities.
I wanted to make sure that as part of your responsibilities that you that you advocate, there's an advocacy role that as commissioners you have to play. So when you're under attack, for example, you need speakers at city council. You need people at the budget meetings speaking in behalf. And every last one of these, you as commissioners should have the capacity to articulate why the police commission needs to be funded. It shouldn't just rely on the chair. So I think in your structure, you need to have some bullet point that includes the role of advocacy. If you don't speak up for yourself, you can't expect other people to back you. And also, I was trying to figure out where to put this on the responsibilities and duties again. When you receive the police department's report, it has been brought to your attention many times that you are not the city council's police public safety committee. And it comes up over and over and over again. I would like you to have a conscious decision to tell the chief that is not what you want to hear. My suggestion on the police report is that you take a policy that you have either passed or a policy that you are working on and have him explain how that policy is being implemented. What is he doing to make sure that policy is being implemented? How are new recruits being told about this policy? How are they evaluating the policy? And for every policy that you discuss, you should have a community component that comes to address their experience with the policy, whatever it is. So as far as duties and responsibilities, I really hope that you get a better understanding of I shouldn't say it like that, I hope that you focus the police report more on how to evaluate the policies that you're developing or that have already passed. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions or comments, maybe from some of the commissioners that are not on our ad hoc? We'll take a quick break.
Good. Got a good frame in, everything's. We'll go ahead and break and then, we are gonna reconvene at. We take just a 5-minute break, 11:30. Yeah, we're already behind a little bit, so we're gonna try to make up some time, but, we could reconvene in 5 minutes, 11:30.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just make another suggestion when you guys are breaking up? Can you have the charter section printed out and available for people that will participate in the conversation?
Oh.
Section 604,
I
you know,
So you want me to talk about that? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes.
done their job.
Yes.
That's why.
Well, what I-
We're about to reconvene. We're about to reconvene. We're about to reconvene.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the receipts will have.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, if we could have, the commissioners return. So what we like to do here is, first provide the commission and public with an overview of the planning process, which the chair will provide. And then over the course of the rest of the retreat, talk about different sections of the proposed strategic plan. And I just want to say in my role as facilitator really is to support the process. Over the course of the day to do some documentation so that we can give you a report back of the main outcomes of the conversations that we have today. And one final point, I really want to just thank the chair of the OPC, of the ad hoc. And the chair happens to be on the committee, who met numerous times in between meetings, put in a great deal of time doing the work that brings us to the places. I just want to thank Ricardo, Romar, Micah, and the chair, Angela, for just really outstanding and dedicated work.
as part, as members of the ad hoc. So Angela, could you talk about the ad hoc and its work and its overall approach to how strategic planning is happening?
So we started this about a year ago. Our commission looked a lot differently. We had different ad hoc members. We had different challenges. We really felt the need to kind of come together as a commission after a lot of sort of public divisiveness that I think many of you are already aware of. I'll be diplomatic and how I bring that up. And so to turn the page on that, we decided to do our strategic planning retreat, also, you know, to develop some clear goals and objectives. So we had a North Star for the commission. And in order to prevent us from being so reactive, we really want to take a more proactive approach in how we structure and tailor and execute our work. And with that, we started last year in some planning mode. We got together as a commission in March of last year at Preservation Park to sort of lay the foundation. We worked together to draft our vision, mission statements. We had yet to finalize them, so that's what we're going to be coming to a consensus on today as a commission. And we also were trying to be diligent and strategic in terms of soliciting community input and support. I think Micah mentioned in the beginning, our first retreat only had 2 community members, attendees, which was great. But we're really happy to see more here today, and hopefully at our final phase of this, we will have a lot more community engagement, including bringing in some of our partner organizations to support the retreat itself. So with that, this year, we also launched a survey. We got a pretty good response rate. Mike is going to go over those survey results a little bit later. We also did an extensive amount of one-on-one outreach to various community leaders, city entities, community participants, former commissioners, probably some other stakeholder groups that I can't recall at the moment, and conducted one-on-one interviews with them to help gather some of their insights and input, which we've integrated into our draft plan that we'll discuss today. We've also solicited the assistance of Dr. Satterwhite from Leadership Incorporated to help facilitate this portion of the retreat as well as the subsequent. And with that, I think we can move on to vision. Anyone have any questions about how we got to where we are with this strategic planning process? Okay, moving on. So our ad hoc consists of myself, Chair, Ricardo and Omar Farmer, sorry, we'll use your last names. For our vision, we started last time with looking at vision statements from other jurisdictions and their civilian oversight boards. So we looked at Chicago, Denver, New York, Seattle, San Francisco. We kind of tossed out ideas and themes that we would like to see reflected in Oakland. And we came up with slides.
Is it in the booklet?
What's the question?
The booklets has the measures and
No,
We don't have.
no, not a copy of it, sorry, no, we didn't print a copy of that.
It's just hard to see that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sorry about that.
No, I got that. Do you want to go to the next slide for me? Yeah. Is that the next? So, okay, like I mentioned, we looked at some of the other departmental visions. We also did have we had a strategic planning retreat, maybe, I think that was in the fall of 2022. That was led by Dr. Satterwhite. That was all virtual back then. So we kind of had a list of different bullet points that we'd like to see reflected in our vision statement. And we wanted it to be a little bit more condensed so we can have something that's digestible, but reflect a lot of these things. Being Oakland leading in national, being a leader in the national arena of establishing the policies and protocols for constitutional policing. We want to see something around NSA and our commitments to oversight for CIPR IG in the police department. having continuous and high level engagement with community, working collaboratively and effectively together as a commission, and establishing some clear internal operating procedures. So a lot of this is going to be not necessarily reflecting the vision. As a reminder, a vision is like where we want to be, and then the mission is how we're gonna get there. And then later, Commissioner Farmer will talk about some of our core values that have some of these additional bullet points integrated into those. So with that, the ad hoc came up with this proposed vision statement. This is for discussion. So I would like, the point of today is for everyone to contribute and share their ideas and refine some of this. These are our draft. This is a draft. So we expect to hear a lot of commentary and Mike, if you want to go to the next page. We have
So
our
let me
draft
step
statement.
it back for
Okay.
just a moment.
Anything else?
So what'll happen is we're gonna have this conversation in 3 phases today. And, in this phase, Ricardo will, share, the vision statement and the thinking around that. Angela will share the mission statement and the thinking around that. Omar will share the core values and the thinking around that. And then we'll have, commission discussion, perhaps some community feedback. And then we'll take the input from the commission and see where we find common ground. And then subsequently make any edits or redrafting that results from the conversation. So you get a sense of the process and how we are inviting and want the commission to shape what the final product is going to be in terms of the vision, mission, and the values. So Ricardo, would you share the vision statement? And yeah, the context behind it, how we got there.
All right. One thing we talked about came up with, we started with the letters method, and part of what we want to do again is get feedback from you all because it still feels like it needs a little something, right? But we wanted to make that bold statement of what our vision is for the commission, where we're headed, what is our North Star. And so currently we have some language up here around the Oakland Police Commission is an independent, community-centric anchor for civilian oversight in Oakland and a national leader in police reform and constitutional policing. So we wanted to make sure that it's bold, realistic, that we're all in accordance of that, but it feels like we need to wordsmith it a little bit more or add some stuff, maybe from what we heard today. The first sentence says independent. We heard a lot about what it means to be independent, right? Is it free from political influence? Is it having a protected budget? Does it mean having our own independent counsel? And so we need to flesh that out a little bit more. What is it that we want to be able to have? Is there anything that's resonating with commissioners? And I'm actually going to pass it back to you, Doctor, to maybe help us kind of facilitate, get some thoughts out, and get some commissioners talking and getting some input on this.
Yeah, and the process for me, I'd like for you to hear and then initially reflect on vision, mission, and value as an integrated set of ideas. Your vision is your picture of the future. This is where we want to land. Your mission is the things that you're going to do to get to your vision. Your values are the belief that will determine how you work together doing the mission to get to the vision. So looking at them separately can work, but looking at them as an integrated way of thinking about the future direction of the commission is what I'm going to invite you to do. That said, I'd like for Angela then to talk about the missions.
So the how, our vehicle, I would say to achieve or obtain our vision would be through our duties under measures LL and S1 and providing police oversight and focusing on policies and practices for the citizens of Oakland. Pretty succinct, straightforward.
And the next slide.
Oh, yes, those, thank you. And then this kind of fleshes out more specifically what we plan to do is or what our work is about, preventing police misconduct and ensuring fair and equitable accountability and disciplinary processes, changing the culture of the Oakland Police Department, that's a big one, building strong police-community relations and promoting mental health and wellness within the department as well.
Thank you. And Omar, the value.
In terms of core values, these kind of just illustrate our intent and spirit behind doing this. You know, teamwork can be directly linked to increased productivity for teams, racial equity, to empower disproportionately impacted populations in the Black and Brown community. You know, the reason that we're here is because the NSA, you know, there were 119 people who were, you know, protesting the racial profiling and police brutality. We want to make sure that we're speaking for them as well. Respect and courtesy just kind of speaks for itself, kind of create a space for honest conversations and foster greater participation, not just for commissioners, but from the public as well. Evidence-based decision-making. You know, this will help us be objective and make fact-based decisions rather than be twisted and pulled by hyperbolic statements or misinformation. Impact orientation. This is to help us just focus on providing deliverables to the community. And so we expand our capabilities as outlined in the charter and legislative documents because we're supposed to be the people's commission. That's all.
So what we like to do is, commissioners to do a round robin, allow each commissioner to share your current thinking about mission, vision, values. And then we will see what the common themes are and then identify areas where we will update, revise, edit, finalize, and where we will find consensus around what the vision, mission, values should be. Before we take a final cut at consensus building, probably we'll open it up for some public input before the commission comes to some consensus. Now, we're not asking you, it's really, really important to make a final decision today because there's a third round of the strategic plan. And that's going to be community-centered town hall, where community members and partners will come together and have a conversation with the commission about what the current draft of the strategic plan at that point. So we're not making a final decision today, but we certainly are owning the draft in a way that we can take it to the public in part 3 of the planning process at an upcoming, yet to be scheduled community town hall meeting. So, yeah, I'd like to do a round robin. We'd like to begin. Just your thoughts, comments, feedback about vision, mission, or values. Statement, yes, please.
Before we move on, if you guys can speak a little louder, we want to make sure that we're capturing it for the people in the back and then also for the people who are watching.
Please, the slide on vision. Yes.
You're not allowed to be nice if we outline what you actually are visualizing, like.
Can't hear you.
It'd be nice if we're like, I'm not actually thinking out loud, so I'm not gonna yield, but if we had a conclusion of what we wanted to see, like a thriving, healthy police department that's supporting the community, like something like the actual outcome we want. That's my visual thought. What is it that we're actually envisioning if we were, what we wanted it to be, what would that look like? What would a safe, open, thriving police department look like? What language can we articulate there?
What makes us that national leader, right? Like, what is that vision of a healthy relationship that's serving the community the way our community wants to see it?
Or at least naming that. Or even if it's just a name that is thriving, functioning. And some of the things that we're trying to put that.
Other commissioners, please, thank you. Let me say that, one of the, I go back to when I was on the council, when I just left the council. I was asked to chair the community policing task force that created the community policing legislation that the city now has. And there was a recognition in Oakland that community policing was about giving power over the police department to the community. There's been a lot of debate nationally about what's the nature of community policing, and a lot of people in Oakland now see community policing as sending police in the community to walk around the community rather than actually giving a certain amount of directing power to the community to help to more specifically in their own neighborhood decide how they want to be policed. The city, even though that was in the original legislation, the city really never came up to that and never created the crime prevention councils that were originally designated there. So there's a certain understanding about the nature of criminality that's involved in that understanding, in that vision, in terms of where does crime come from, and whether or not by working directly with the community and helping to solve some of the issues that poor communities have that result in poor communities being high crime communities, whether or not the city's putting its efforts there or whether they're trying to suppress it with police coming in to try to essentially put people down around that. So there's a vision of what role I think the police commission ought to play working with a police department that is moving forward with a strategy of suppression, or a police department that's moving forward to try to more directly work with the community in terms of the neighborhood organizations and the crime prevention and violence prevention agencies to try to uplift the community in order to reduce crime, which has statistically showed itself much more successful in reducing crime than the suppression activity has been. So I think one of the points that I've been trying to find a way to bring into the work of the police commission is how do we move the department in that direction? And I think that would have a strong impact on the community trusting the police department and being able to work with the community police department, which is one of the activities that the commission is supposed to be involved in, helping to bring about more trust in the community. What is historically broken down in Oakland is a trusting of the police department because of the many incidents that have happened historically over the years. So you look at areas of Oakland neighborhoods where the police department is trusted, crime is lower, less police officers running around everywhere, and murders are lower, everything is lower in the communities. Where the police department is not trusted, you see more crime and more police officers running around and a less reduction of crime activity. So I think that my vision is that the police commission would play more of a role in helping to develop actual community policing as was first envisioned in Oakland by the community policing legislation and, connecting the police department up in a stronger way, with the violence prevention and other activities there. And that the support for that is fully supported by the council, and the council plays a major role in helping to educate the larger community about the nature of criminality and what actually is most effective in reducing criminality.
Other commissioners, please, thank you. Mission Vision Valley.
I just wanted to add, I agree with everything that Commissioner Rouse is saying, it's absolutely correct. One of the things that I pointed out, let's talk about S1LL in the charter. Is one thing one thing that's specifically written in S1LL in the charter is for, to have, to ensure that our oversight leads to effective community-oriented policing. So maybe we're trying to edit this to reflect everything that everyone's saying. Maybe we could say something like the Oakland Police Commission is an independent, community-centric anchor for civilian oversight. That, how do they say it? Yeah, that, I'm not sure exactly how to say it, but something to the effect after where it says anchor for civilian oversight, that advances or leads to, or, leads to, better community policing or. how do they
Yeah,
say
let me
it?
suggest we not wordsmith it today.
To effective community-oriented policing, as well as being a national leader of police reform and constitutional policing, and then maybe working with something
That
one of the points you were- that advances effective community-oriented policing, and acts as a national leader in police reform and constitutional policing. Can we start there?
Other commissioners, thank you.
I don't have all my thoughts, but something in the line of that too, something is missing around, elevating the voice of the community, really like our role into being the voice of all folks in the community and being that navigation between how that then turns into policy, practice, oversight, all of those things, but something in there around, the way we,
Empower the community.
yeah, and we truly are a reflection of, those voices that, especially that folks might not come to the meetings,
Right.
but we go out, we hear, we know, we assess, we, sort out, we evaluate, all of those things that continue to happen, some way.
So I'm hearing that the community-centric piece in there is insufficient, and we need to strengthen that,
Yeah,
or be more explicit about what that actually means.
yeah.
Okay.
Other commissioners, please. Oh, go to the slide on mission. Any,
Sorry, I did not let it.
yeah, it's actually on two slides,
Yeah.
like here and then the next one.
Doctor, I just had a secondary thought on just advancing this community voice, elevating, uplift, however we want to frame it, but I also think that being intentional about elevating and advancing the voice of community that's most impacted by policing. Because lots of times there's voices that occupy space that aren't the folks that are disproportionately impacted by bad policing practices. And so, and the folks that are most impacted at the center of having the most negative impacts of bad policing, often don't know the vehicle or aren't empowered, or we don't really give them the space or create space for that voice to be elevated.
Yeah.
And so, but at the same time, we also have a duty to balance all community voices as well too, right? But when there's a disproportionate folks of impacted voices that aren't entering the sphere, it's our job to meet folks halfway. And not expect people to come to us to City Hall all the time, either, for us to get out to community. So part of that, advancing that, and I don't know if it just has anything to do with this, but just a general statement is part of us uplifting, advancing community voices for us to get out to community as well, to create that space.
Angela, do you have, I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
So Chair, I know, I hear what you're saying, and I guess. I hear what the chair is saying, maybe I'm looking for some guidance from the doctor here. I know that we had a bullet point on, what was the last slide? No, one. Yeah, there's something about, it was something about like, yeah. Yeah, where it says, racial equity to empower this and disproportionately impacted population of Black and brown communities. So I guess I'm looking for some guidance on like, what sort of language should be in the mission statement compared to the proposed values compared to other sections?
So the reason why I'm inviting you to talk about them all at once, because any concept itself could be put in all three. If you could take a concept and it could be part of the vision, or it could be part of the mission, or it could be part of the value. And so by talking about it as a whole, I'm taking notes now, and I'll play back to the commission, the main themes, and I actually have thoughts about where each might land in terms of its appropriate place. But ultimately, the commission and the ad hoc will make that decision in terms of what the final product looks like. So I just want your raw thinking, if you will, about mission, vision, values, and then we'll have a round of conversation about the things that we need. We're good? All right. And it's okay, I apologize. If you want to actually tackle some language today, okay? But the ad hoc is going to actually, in its future meetings, put language together based on the case conversation. Any other commissioners have thoughts or feedback on mission, vision, or values? Okay.
Dr. Rubin, I was posing to Commissioner Jackson Castaigne the question around, this vision is a vision for us, for OPC, right? But part of that is weaved in also our vision for OPD, right? If we want to be, but it's not necessarily our vision for OPD, but I'm wondering if there's a place to weave that in a little bit, because I think if we're going to be a national leader in civilian oversight and police reform, the proof is in the pudding that we can't be a national leader if we don't have a department that we can champion as a national model, in police departments, as a police department that we could say is proud. I mean, obviously it's hard to say that when we're under federal oversight still for 20-some years, but that's our vision. That's our bold vision, is we went from a department that was under federal oversight for 20 years, that now a department that we could champion and say, look at all you other police departments across the country, y'all need to be like OPD, because we help get them there. And that'll be a reflection of us having a healthy, thriving, independent, police-centered, all this vision, right? Maybe that's like the food of our labor in a way, but yeah, and that's the only reason I think that's also important to touch on too, because a lot of people want us to have an impact on public safety, which that isn't our purview, right? But what we do know though is that there are some significant consequences, dominoes that fall when you have thriving police departments, when you have built community and police trust, right? That leads to better clearance rates. That leads to better community police relations. And that leads to ultimately better public safety outcomes indirectly. Even though it doesn't fall under our purview, but I think it really, what does fall under our purview is making sure that we can champion and be proud of the department that we're working on. Because that's our vision. That's where we want to go eventually. Maybe it might take a lot of work. Maybe it'll take years. Maybe it'll take, but that's where we want to head, I think. I was echoing kind of a little bit of what I heard.
Any other thoughts or?
Yeah, I've heard them say, to your point, they're the most progressive police department in the country, which I don't agree with, but I understand where they're going with that. Maybe that's something that we can lead into.
So it seems to me that there are three themes that we want to reflect in the vision. One is about, kind of like the original draft, the OPC is. A second is a vision about what the OPD is. And a third is about the state of the community as a result of the work that we do. And let me, and so the specificity of that, we've taken notes and we've heard, and ad hoc can then create a three-part vision statement. If that captures what the commission is, commissioner would like to see.
I think, I feel like I hear what everyone's saying, and I think that we can reflect all of that in different parts. I don't think that it necessarily belongs in the vision, because this is a vision for the police commission. OPD has their own vision, CIPRA has theirs, OIG has theirs. Ours can reflect like what our role is in their vision, which is providing oversight. But I don't think that like our actual vision should dictate what their vision should be, if that makes any sense. So I think kind of the OPD, what we envision for OPD or what we hope OPD to look like might be part of our mission, because we call out how we're helping them get to that place via their policies. So with that, I did do some little wordsmithing on the vision statement based on what we've heard. It's a little bit longer. And I know it's not gonna reflect up there, but I would like to walk away today with like something that's clear, concise, actionable, and we don't have to discuss it again. We can write it down. So the Oakland Police Commission serves as an independent, we can go back to that slide, Mike, and I can just say where we've added some language. Serves as an independent anchor for civilian oversight that advances effective community, or we might have to wordsmith this a little because it's a little long, that advances effective community-oriented policing. We took out community-centric, moved that down to effective community-oriented policing for the most impacted populations, and acts as a national leader in police reform and constitutional policing. So all we're doing is integrating the whole concept of community-oriented policing and the impacted populations as part of the vision. So we know who we're talking to and who we're talking about in terms of the work that we do.
And maybe.
Does that sound good? And we can clean up the
I'm
words.
reluctant about specifying one group instead of all citizens.
We said impacted populations. That could be left to interpretation. Or are we, you know, that's just
I don't think it's, yeah.
necessary, we can remove it.
One moment, you here and then here.
I was just gonna say, I forgot what this is now, but using data. Like add that part, like we actually use data to.
Yeah, similar to what the commissioner said, I also have concerns about like poor impacted communities. I understand that we want to serve the impacted communities as well, but I want to ensure that the commission also serves all people, not just the impacted.
I think what we can do to capture everything about the history and how we got here with all the disproportionately impacted communities is also include this something that we discussed briefly. Also include like an overview or introduction section to go over that stuff. And that'll help really like encompass why we're here, how we got here, stuff like that. And show that it's still part of our mission, even if it's not in the mission statement itself.
Why don't you say something like for the residents of Oakland or something like that?
Well, I think that this also, if I might, has something to do with how we see equity versus equal. So if we're talking about equity, that means that we're looking at history, and in order to be equitable, we have to look at where a particular community may have deficits because of what we've done in the past. So in order to be equitable, you've got to lean more in that direction than the way that you're leaning towards communities that historically have not been impacted as much by what we're doing. So we're not talking about being equal with everybody, with everything that we are doing. We're talking about equity rather than being equal.
Great, sure, I hear what you're saying. It's, when I read that, I would think that this police commission, but by that language, this police commission primarily serves that community, those impacted communities. So maybe there could be language that says like, some effect of equitable policing or equitable oversight, something of that nature, to ensure that, you know, all communities are involved in that proposal.
For sure.
So where would you put that in the vision statement?
I'm not putting
That no.
I don't have the words right now, but like, something that.
So, and once again, I think there are a couple of things. I want to actually take some of the ideas and look at the mission, and that set of bullet points we can work on. But for here, it is appropriate to have a vision that is for the police commission, but that also speaks to the outcome of your work in the, so if this is the police commission and this is the effect or impact that we're imagining will occur because of who we are and what we do. And that's part of what's being said. What's the nature of the connection to the community and the impact on the community. And so I invite the ad hoc when we come back together to think about amending this with those components. And if we can get agreement at the conceptual level, the ad hoc can draft language that we will bring back to you. Go to the mission.
And Doctor,
Yeah.
we're using over here a little bit and kind of trying to see where things fit given the
Yeah.
discussion. And we're thinking within the vision, we like the idea of keeping it general to like, if folks are in accordance, is keeping it general to more of the residents of Oakland. But then within the mission statement, be more explicit on building strong police community relations. What does that mean? By uplifting voices of the most impacted folks, right? By going out to community and meeting people where they're at. And I think that could be more included in the mission versus the vision.
So
What do y'all think about that?
So
Yes.
I agree with that. And then the various comments that have been made around advancing community policing, around supporting the working to build a thriving, functioning police department. This is the language of commissioners, and the other specific comments that people have made. I think this slide can be amended. I think the ad hoc chair is correct when a lot of the ideas that were stated can become a part of the work that you do as a commission and can be reflected as a part of the mission. It's a part of the mission statement. So we would add the specific language around community policing. We would add the specific language around supporting, it does surface in the values too, but being responsive to or giving, addressing issues of the most impacted. And the third thing that got lifted up was the whole question of using data, I think is central, and that could be a part of the descriptions. It also could be.
Part of the values.
And actually, yeah, it's part of the values. And so could you go to the value statement? So let me stop there. I'm suggesting that you could amend the vision to speak to the impact or effect of the commission's work in terms of the community change that you see. You could amend the mission to include the specific areas of interest that you want the commission to address. And right now, there's not been any suggested changes in the values. But let me stop there and hear from the commission. And if that feels okay, then the ad hoc can grab some language that addresses those points. From the chair, are your thoughts on, and other?
I'm good, I've got all the notes I need.
Hmm?
I've got all the notes I need, so if there's any additional comments or questions, yeah, I'm happy to take any more.
Any other thoughts or comments from the commission?
Anything on the core values?
Say that again?
Put them up again. Go back, put the core values up.
Yeah, the evidence-based decision-making is the data value. So we're good? I'm sorry.
The impact orientation speaks to achieving equitable public safety.
All of the concepts are captured, just maybe in different places, so it might be helpful when we consolidate everything to see it all on one page, because that's how we envision developing collateral and everything, and then, that way.
And that's why I wanted to have the discussion as a whole. Okay, so, yeah. Do you have any public comment? Please.
So for this item, we have 3 public comments. The first is from Vanessa Riles, second is Millie Cleveland, and the third is Ann James.
Hi, everybody. My name is Vanessa Riles, and I echo a lot of the statements that the commissioners have made about the mission, vision, and values. But my primary thing is that the vision, it's not visionary. It doesn't speak to what your North Star is and where you actually want to see change through the work that you're doing together, that you're doing with the community. I also think that it doesn't speak to like long-term structural transformation that we actually want to see this commission achieve over time. It's not just a mission for this year, it's a mission for the commission moving forward in the future. And the safety of our communities. Some of that was in the mission, but not and deeper and wider values. Those values are not enough to say what values that we need to have, what the commission needs to have in order to actually see community safety and policing in our neighborhoods. We need you to value love. We need you to value community power. We need you to value our voices. We need you to be valuing outreach and advocacy and organizing some of the things that are happening, which is why only 2 people were at the last retreat and only are here today. So that needs to be in the mission and in the values, I believe. The community needs the opportunity to police the police. That came out. So something in the vision needs to talk about the shifting of power to actually control how we are policed. That's your vision, that's your mission, that's what we need you to do. It doesn't say much about who you are in relationship to policing and community in your value statements. I don't see that. So I don't see what the value is in the relationship or the type of relationship that you're trying to create. I also think the mission just needs to be more specific. Like how are you going to represent the community? What is the outreach and the advocacy and engagement? Again, I said those already. I think the data-driven piece is more a how and belongs in the mission, not the values. Because people will say that how they created community policies and police policies were already data-driven. Whose data are you using and how? Like, that's why I think it needs to be more what you're doing, not what you value other people doing. And then in the goal statement, where you talk about equitable public safety goals, it's not just equitable public safety goals, we need equitable community safety and police safety, period.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and this is exactly what we're doing this for, so we can get that tangible feedback. Thank you.
Do you have those notes, right?
Yes, I just know.
Millie Cleveland?
Very good. Well, she basically said it all, huh? But I would like to add that, I think there needs some clarity around your purpose. Your purpose is not to build a better open police department. That is the job, city council or the public safety committee. Okay? Your job is to build a police department that can practice constitutional policing. So everything that you're doing here has to do with the police department's relationship with the people. That ultimately makes a better police department, but you need to be able to really understand and to be able to articulate what is the difference between the city council's public safety committee and the police commission. And I think I really need to hear my commissioners be able to answer that, be able to articulate that.
Thank you. And James?
So just anytime, I think it's really important right now, if we're talking about something like community policing, to acknowledge that you're talking about it in the context of the city right now is trying to officially say community policing is done. Their argument is it hasn't been done successfully, largely because of this sabotage. And I'm not even that much of a fan of this, but I would rather at least do their jobs rather than play football with kids. I just feel like if you do your job, well, the community will like you, and you don't have to play basketball. But there is a direct and imminent attack on the whole concept of community policing. The argument is it hasn't worked because largely we didn't ever follow the plan, right? So if you're talking about community policing for the rest of the day, you don't want to hear from any activists about community policing. Really need to acknowledge there is an overt plan. Somebody from the city administrator's office was in a meeting that I was in the other day, saying we are done with community policing. That can work. Thank you.
Those are all of the comments at this time.
No, we're separate.
No, we got the community feedback survey. And now, you want to do that first, or? I'm still waiting for one more lunch.
Okay, since I was like, well.
We should take a break.
You want to take a break?
Can I say something really quick?
Great. Comments. Just so everyone understands from the public, right, everybody's attention. A lot of the things that we're saying is going to be fleshed out, how we flesh out all the objectives, different sections of the strategic plan. So if it's not perfectly reflected in vision or mission or value, that it's not being there, it will not address all the different issues that we brought up.
Let me say also that maybe what's not in here was spoken to earlier in terms of the issue of advocacy. If we're going to be going out and advocating for what this commission is about, we've got to have the mechanisms in order to do that advocacy and the recognition that this turd that just got dropped in the middle of here is that the council's going somewhere else and it's talking about something else and trying to undermine community policing and undermining this commission is undermining our whole city. And we, as representatives of the city, have got to stand up and advocate for the kind of policing in one way or another that we want to have. So in some way, our vision and our mission has to include that kind of advocacy, understanding that recognizes these connections between our 604 or whatever, legislation and the impacts of what we do.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, because we are behind, we're gonna give people like 10 minutes just to grab food and we'll have a working lunch. And during that time while you're eating, then I can talk about the community survey and the feedback and all of that kind of stuff. So there's pizza over here. There's different kinds of. There's a pepperoni sausage, there's a chicken and mushroom, there's a vegetarian. There is a cheese. And there is a pepperoni, I think salami and mushroom. In addition to that, there are chicken wings that you can partake of. And then of course, all the other foods that's available as well.
Yes.
They got no one, everything else. So. Yeah, I agree. Spread.
So, moving up. It's at 60 now. It was at 57 a while ago.
Because I don't think that's a heater, I think that's
It just takes a little while to warm the room.
Switched out heat.
So I feel like,
Little by little.
okay, so what you guys are saying. Yeah, okay, Mark.
Oh, okay. Sure. Dr. Satterwhite?
Well, look, when we come here, you got it?
Yeah, so I was thinking, I see here. I'm sorry. So I was thinking on the agenda that we have that we can read at a time.
Yeah, they are. No, this is to, oh, okay, then that's fine, we can do it that way.
Just because you probably don't
I'm
have
okay,
time.
I'm okay.
Okay, but I can walk through all three in like 5 minutes.
No, they just. No, yes, my whole practice is when you do this, people look at the data, they don't see the typing stuff.
Yeah.
And so doing all of them, the original was to do the whole thing
Yeah.
in about 30, 45 minutes, and then so that people, so I'm more inclined to just do all of it.
Yeah, I said, you do three, like these two focus areas, and then discuss it. I feel like if you do all 5 and everything and go to the objectives, like the.
We're on the same page. Yes, and have a chance.
Yeah.
And have a discussion on this, and no, I'm good.
Okay, good.
And people can weigh in on whichever ones they want to weigh in.
Right.
In terms of the discussion.
Yeah, and then.
Yeah, no, we're good. Same page.
Yeah, I love.
Please. Thank you. So I have a couple of them. The mission statement. And so what would that value say?
Well, I think just because what was.
Yeah.
There are values in having an open, good relationship. That's something that relationship. Relationship between them. I think that there's something around that they want to strengthen the 3 relationships between the community and the police. in the community and the commission, in between the commission and.
Yes, community, and that is correct.
Okay.
And so you would want that
It should be
reflected.
in there somewhere. Not, it doesn't have to. They value relationships. Great value.
So community, and the commission, and the police, and the police and the community. Yes, okay.
And if, like, community trust, I desire, you know, they wanna build community trust and.
One more.
One more?
Yeah, that I couldn't understand. Because. And that really found out that.
Oh, at the
Yeah,
end.
what's your thought there?
As never conversation the first time, and then they realize, oh, you're doing my heart, but it should just be. It should be equitable.
The first one was like 140.
I think it's like the last
Something. And then the rest of it goes down to normal, it's like that first one, and then it gets.
I have to look at it. Yeah, I'll have to look at it, because I know. So, this should be,
It's more than just the very, I understand that.
and that should be in,
Currently, it's listed on her value.
but not a value, okay, it should be a goal, yeah, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the values that. Can we look at it?
Yes, yeah. There you go.
We have impact organization to achieve equitable safety goal, it should be just to achieve equitable safety.
One, first, second, oh, I see, I see it, okay. Eliminate goals from the last track, okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I do my best.
That's what I'm saying, so like, start tomorrow, and anyway. So I was like, I just wanted to, you know, this community.
That's why I.
Yeah, so I. Yeah. Yeah.
And I said,
You know what? Yeah, so I'm like. Lawyers and blah,
So good. Oh. So, we won't do a discussion. Like we did, we should be back on. So when you go through and take out the discussion. After the first, after the policy. And after. You can engage some everything and like, and stuff. You can see how I. Not with you. Just block this.
I think we can block it.
Because it's right. No, no. No, no.
Yeah.
Look at them, look at them.
Yeah.
No, stop.
Sam, can you do me a favor and tell him right here?
Oh, man.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene in 5.
Thank you, I appreciate you taking notes.
You know what?
Can we get back?
No, sweaty.
You good?
Actually, going around. How is that right section?
Oh, my nose.
No, I can't eat nothing on that. I made a tomato, I can't eat dairy, I can't eat gluten. I don't eat chicken. I love it. It's not.
I'll send you a note, but send me your edited version of the. I'll send you a note.
I don't even want to talk about my life right now. My breakfast, now that I eat eggs, like fried eggs, then. Cause I used to be completely vegan, but I started eating.
You're Malibu.
I never went there. Cause cause they're burgers vegan and they don't. Right. I don't want to see that, but I can't, and
Right. Right.
so I can get a little bit of moderation, like it won't kill me if I have.
Well, there's still.
I put salmon on it. That's why I started eating fish. It was just too No, like this week I have, I have rice and fish.
Oh.
I never heard of Italian
Oh, I see.
And even police officers and police departments complain about it.
Okay, any other commissioner comments, feedback?
So I do have a comment question, and I think, Vanessa made some good points about our values. And so since we're not going to unpack that, it sounds like here, are we going to, have opportunity to give more feedback to that or have another conversation? I mean, it's really hard, obviously, to get us all in a room, and so we're not all on the ad hoc, but I'm just naming that some of those things are felt really important.
No, actually, after this meeting, when you've had a chance to do more reflection about it, you can easily send the chairman of the ad hoc note about any new value statements or any edits to the current ones that you'd like to consider. Any other comments, feedback from the commissioners about the data?
So I just want to reiterate, to be clear, after this, if we like reflected and had one thought, just email.
Absolutely, yes. Correct? And we haven't set the next meeting, but the ad hoc will meet within the next 2 weeks. So you ought to do that within the next week. I'm sorry?
But I can't.
Okay, so,
I do want to make one note, Doctor, I'm sorry. It's interesting that in the overview of the strategic plan summary from all the community feedback, we talked quite a bit about independent funding. And they got actually the least number of responses in terms of our priority area. However, I wanted to note that many of these conversations were before our knowledge of us getting up to 70% budget reductions to our budgets. So I also want to make a note of that because I think in respondents' minds at that time, I just want to make a note that folks probably thought we had a pretty healthy budget at that time. So maybe it wasn't a priority for them. So I want to figure out a way to maybe revisit or just make a note of that as well, because those conversations happened before we were notified about it.
Chair, can you say one more time what that reduction was? Because it sounded like you said 7 and that's not the number.
I thought we were upwards to about 65, 70.
You're correct. I just wanted to resonate. It was kind of low.
Gotcha.
Yeah, say it a little bit louder what that cut is.
I want you to speak louder the number.
Oh, up to 70%.
Thank you. Up to 70%, because from.
Which includes a 15% cut that we already took, and an additional 50% for our next biennial budget. So
And is that just for the commission or is that also for IG?
across the board for the commission, IG, and CIPRA. We've also heard, and so there's also other departments that are being significantly impacted in that way too. So we're trying to do informational gathering around what those departments are right now as well.
My question is whether or not you could also state here when the commission is slated to go before the city council to present our arguments around the budget and whatever other activities we're gonna do in order to deal with this budget situation.
So as far as going to the city to talk about, I guess, where we stand in our positioning, that would be around about the time that we have to submit the budget package, which is February 18th. In that package, we have to clearly articulate what our position is, how we're impacted, what, how we feel about all of those things so that we can submit it to them on the 18th.
So we go actually before a council meeting on sometime around February 18th, and that's the same time that we have to present a package to the finance department.
So we can talk about this a bit more on how we would do that and get in front of more people for that. But essentially, we're gonna be voting on the 13th on what our budget is, so that it can be submitted on the 18th in time for what they're requesting. Now, as far as additional communications to the city council and the mayor or anyone else that we need to talk to, that's something that, you know, Chair maybe could speak to, or things that we've been trying to figure out.
I was just trying to figure out whether I should be scheduling some meetings with council.
Right,
I think
yes,
we
sir,
should.
absolutely.
So we have 2 more rounds of conversation about the draft strategic plan. And in the first round, we will look at 3 priority goal areas. And they are policy development, community engagement, and strategic communication, and internal operations. And after committee members, ad hoc committee members kind of do an overview of those 3 sections, then we'll open it up for discussions and for public input. So, and then in the second round, we'll do the last 2 strategic goal areas, which are the federal oversight area and mental health supports.
Mechanisms of support.
Thank you, we'll adjust it, okay. So,
Real quickly, Dr., given much of the conversation and all the context in which we find ourselves in today, as we're looking at setting some actionable items for both mid and long term, do you see us having an opportunity to maybe discuss some actionable items like real short term, the next immediate couple weeks? You know, and I know it's a little sideways of what we're supposed to be talking about today.
let's do it.
But we don't often get all the commissioners around here all at one time to be able to discuss that. And we talked about possibly scheduling council meetings. We're talking about our media strategy. We're talking about all these things that you just mentioned in this first part. And there's a lot of actionable things that actually need to happen now that we need to get on the same page about and hear from the public around that strategy.
So the answer is yes, and I will follow your direction in terms of whether you want to do it later in the meeting, do it now, or do it between the 2 parts. Between the 2 parts?
Let's just move in, yeah.
Yes, between the 2 parts.
It could be kind of the
We'll
bridge.
find time. Okay. And what'll happen there is the commission will have a conversation about what do we need to do over the next few weeks, given all the things that are happening and that may have some impact on the work of the commission over time. Is that fair?
I just wanted to
Oh,
ask,
I'm sorry, I missed.
to Micah's presentation about, we're gonna talk about it on the 13th, right? To your point about how we're gonna talk about the budget on the 13th, so as we're reviewing, we're going over as 1L on the charter. One of the things we're charged with is reviewing the mayor's budget. And then, having a public meet, at least one public hearing about the budget per budget cycle. Is that meeting to accomplish that?
So I believe one of those budget, that's when we have the town hall for the mayor's budget for the police.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this
rapid response team members to respond and proactively understand community needs. And lastly, develop a response process and outcome-based information for the community.
And Omar, please.
All right, internal operations, it's broken down into 3 sections. The first one is how to develop a commissioner onboarding process. I think it's pretty straightforward. You can see that there. I can't think of anything as a commissioner that recently transitioned onto the commission. I can't think of anything else to add. Next slide. Improving people management system and practices. Again, I think this is pretty straightforward as well. Conducting staffing needs assessment, collaborate budget allocate funds, develop a framework and process for staff evaluations, developing hiring processes for regular and urgent needs, such as, someone departing the department, for example. Other ways to support that third bullet point is to have clear job descriptions and job classifications, include team members to manage hiring processes, and developing checklists with action plans and milestones with corresponding documentation. Next slide. Improving operational efficiency, developing our multi-year strategic plan like we're doing, develop, review, revise, commission, governing documents, basically our personal policies for the commission, improve business operations, through like audits, for example, and making sure that we're responding to public records requests, addressing technology upgrades and any equipment requests that we need. And I think that's it. Actually, I think this is the last slide. Also, managing our budget and financial issues, identifying and prioritizing ad hocs and agenda items, how we're going to go about doing that, and what we're going to prioritize, track and documenting successes and impacts, progress, KPIs that we're considering putting into the strategic plan, for example, developing implementation plans in alignment with the strategic plan, and identifying commissioner leads in each respective area. I think that's all.
So, discussion on policy development, community engagement, and strategic communication and internal operations. Please, commissioners, questions, comments, suggestions?
Yeah, I had a question. There was one sub-bullet point about a rapid response team.
Would you go back to community engagement B?
For
Yeah.
community engagement needs.
Yeah, so 2B, I guess I'm a little confused as to what exactly that entails.
Yeah, I think what we were thinking about when we were discussing that was, like, for example, we had COVID, right? We had the. Like, for example, like in response to COVID, how the commission is going to rapidly respond to that in terms of having meetings and continuing community engagement, things like that. So if we have like a national or local emergency, how are we going to continue to accomplish our goals and objectives? That's what I remember from our discussion. Is that correct, Angela?
Yeah, and I think also just like any sort of emergent issue, like, if, like we had this pursuit policy come up, if there's a high profile incident in Oakland, and it's really around collaborating with our offices, which is like our counterparts, OIG, SIPRA, OPD, so we can kind of develop a more integrated approach in how we address some of these issues, especially the ones that are high profile and public, and also with OPD. So it's like meeting all collectively to figure out a strategy and who's responsible for what piece of this and how to respond appropriately. Right now, I think we meet pretty like haphazardly, I think we meet regularly with everyone, but I think we just don't have a formalized approach in how we deal with like some of the fires that just come up.
Okay, so we've kind of spoken to this a little bit, so I'm curious if this is an example of could be a potential example, let's say a high profile incident happens, there's a bunch of protests, would it be like something like reminding the police department, hey, these are, for example, the policies that where you can use pepper spray or something of that nature, is that a similar example of
That would
how
probably be
that?
like a really granular idea of what OPD would maybe bring to the table in response to that. I think that the way we envisioned it was, you know, the heads of the offices come together and it's like, this is our piece of the puzzle to work on and solve, this is yours, this is under your purview, and then we can all kind of work in a more integrated fashion, so we understand, we're not stepping on each other's toes, we're not duplicating efforts, and we're all working, in a concerted way together, so that's the main thing.
I hear that, but like specifically in relation to a high profile incident.
Yeah.
As the police commission is gonna be reviewing, and recommending policy, right? For specific, like current events, high profile current event, like, would we be like I mentioned, reminding the police department and other departments of the policies that are set in place and that we're keeping an eye out or something like that, or I'm curious.
That could be
how-
part of it,
how
it could be, it
interact.
could be like, it could be like, you know, separate needs to be aware that they're gonna receive a ton, you know, an influx of civilian complaints or something if there's a huge protest going on. It could be a lot of different things, you know, like how it pans out is different, but I think, you know, the idea is that at least we all know what lane we're swimming in and we're not, like I said, duplicating efforts or responding in ways that are contradictory to one another as well.
Cool, I just wanna be clear, I'm not opposed.
Yeah,
to this.
no,
I just
I
wanted to grasp the.
Maybe we would decide to have a press conference for this.
Right.
Response.
Yeah, so let me give an example. I think that's a great question, Commissioner DeWitt. Hey, Ms. Hawthorne, welcome. You know, let's take this pursuit policy for instance, right? Drop back, occasion, just hitting slow. It's like, oh man, I'm all fresh, ready to start this year, get into January, nice smoothly. I thought everything was gonna be smooth. As soon as I got sick, my phone, boom, 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 right? At that point, we're in scramble. In fact, we're trying to gather information. What the hell just happened? Calling IG's office, calling Mac's office, trying to figure out with vice chair, trying to figure out with chief of staff, with our own council, trying to put together all the pieces. Then we gotta figure out, okay, how do we communicate with the commissioners, get everyone on the same page? How do we figure out what our public messaging strategy is gonna be? How do we figure out what policies are gonna be impacted by these, whatever's going on? And then be very clear on how we're gonna remind the public and the police department what's at hand, right? And we kind of scrambled for a few weeks. And if we had a little bit of more of a framework in terms of, okay, when something happens like this is our checklist. We know we're calling a meeting, we're doing this, somebody has to be in charge of this, somebody has to be in charge of that. And we disseminate that responsibility amongst the commissioners. And then the other thing is just figuring out an efficient communication strategy. Feels really hard to not be able to talk to everybody at the same time, to figure out, Mike, can you talk to this person, can I talk to this person? And then, so that's another thing I think is gonna be part of this rapid response is how do we share information, get everybody on the same page, divvy up the labor, and do it in a way that's efficient, that we can't like see each other and have these conversations. No, behind the scenes, right? So we have to have a process of how we do that.
Yeah. I think that's important too, because some of us was getting calls and some of us was getting emails from council members and, you know, we trying to navigate all of that. We got public calling and emailing us and it's just like, am I speaking, am I not? Are we on the same page? So we need to make sure like we're on the same page first.
And I want to say, Doctor, real quick, publicly acknowledge this, y'all, that we had 3 new commissioners, a newly joined commissioner that was, you know, you're getting your feet wet still within your first year. And we got delivered this hot political potato, right? And y'all were getting phone calls, there was people trying to split us up. We all remained together. We all had healthy conversations. We shared either conflicting views sometimes, we shared similar views sometimes, but we all really handled ourselves really, really good. And I want to give all y'all a lot of love for that, especially our new commissioners. Y'all walked into like, oh, what the heck did I just walk into? And y'all handled that with a lot of grace. So I just want to publicly acknowledge all of you all for that.
And I think also just with the transition too, it's like Riles, his ad hoc committee reviewed the policy at the request of city council, already issued a statement on that. But newer commissioners may not have known that because that happened in September, or it came in October. So it's like things like that. So we want to make sure that we're all on the same.
I mean, and even if we didn't know it, we weren't here, and the community was like, you did this thing, and I was like, you don't have to, because I didn't do this thing. So I don't know what you're talking about, but you know, we still are the face, so we
Yeah,
still have to
exactly.
show up as such, and we have to be up to speed. It's our responsibility to do so.
So any other commissioner feedback on policy development, community engagement, and strategic communications or internal operations?
I had a question, there was a KPI, I had, I was over there with that.
Say that again.
There was a
KPI?
acronym that I didn't.
Key performance indicator. So once we fleshed out our goals and objectives, this will all be on one, you know, these will be one sheet things, and we'll have metrics of success, something that's gonna track, something that's measurable that will track how well we're doing on each of these things, and we'll also have a timeline associated with them, so we have a goal to complete them in a certain time frame.
Can we go back to the policy slide?
Can we actually revisit all three sides and identify any immediate steps that need to take? We can take it offline and coordinate offline, but I just want to, for the record, if there's anything immediately we have to take, I think there's some actionable items in each of these areas that are current, that are really like time sensitive.
Could we just hold that point and let us finish the request here? And then our next task between the two is to do precisely what you said. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
You wanted to go back to policy. You said go back to the policy side.
Well, I have one thing, and I don't know if this fits exactly, but, CIPRA is, hiring a publicity officer. I don't know if IG is doing the same thing. I think we, at one point, talked about the commissioner hiring a different person to do, some of this work in terms of, putting together publicity strategy and implementing it. I know that with the budget situation, that's probably not going to move forward, but I'm wondering, how can we keep that in our plans if we intend to do that, which is the way a lot of institutions respond to these needs to get information out and to control information. I mean, only the chairperson, as far as our regulations now stated, can actually speak for the commission. And some of us get called on to speak for the commission in one way or another. Maybe we need to make sure that we have the mechanisms so that we're all speaking from one voice. I know we did that under this last circumstance. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's always going to happen, depending on who's the commission. I mean, the last commission went all kinds of ways and essentially destroyed themselves by the way they handled it. So maybe we need to revisit some of those rules or look at some other mechanism in order to build that information.
So I could speak to that. So Commissioner Riles, about the rules, that's perfect, because that's what they're talking about, the procedure around how we handle these types of issues. So that's one piece. The second piece is, as part of the budget, I made sure that there is some funding allotted for public relations.
Okay.
For that purpose, because we don't have the budget for another position, but we still need that kind of counsel.
Okay.
And so, as part of what we're gonna vote on, that number for our O&M, our operations and maintenance, includes public relations that we can tap into maybe as a consultant or for particular things of that nature.
Gotcha.
And we can also offer up, for some of the more, if you guys see, we have a whole section that's like internal operations, it's a lot of administrative things. And our chief of staff is way overtaxed, we're supposed to have an admin position that's never been filled. And so I wanna say that we can offer up our own independent skill sets as well. Like if you have any marketing experience, we need to have collateral, like for our educational piece that goes in our strategic communications. If we have community members that want to volunteer their expertise to help out in certain areas as well, I think that can be a possibility, and we can just leverage whatever type of support we can find too. Maybe not in terms of like the communications piece with the media, but in terms of like developing some of the collateral, some of our materials, some of the educational aspects that we can probably bring to most of our meetings and public engagement techniques.
Any other yes, please.
When we think about this section and we've heard different comments about, policy, and it might be included in one of these objectives, but is there, in this, are we also thinking about, hey, like, in our public meetings that we have, where we're, when we get to the point, I know discipline is personnel issues, but like, for instance, it was mentioned the policy, like, as part of our agenda to actually kind of say where we are with policies, but also to talk, even if it's high level, around themes, around disciplines, and how the matrix and the threshold, so the community can understand, especially since we have heard, like, police don't feel comfortable doing their job. I think it would be important for us to be able to name publicly every meeting, like, here are the types, not just in that separate overview, but from, as a commission standpoint, like, you know, we're here, so maybe something in there that's very clear as an objective that we have, our community facing report out and inclusion in that conversation, so that it's not just this emotional response that we constantly get that the commission is prohibiting, but there's a way to respect those personnel privacy and share that. So that would be something I want to add there.
Okay. Other commissioners, questions, comments on any of the three strategic focus areas?
The only thing that I would add to the internal operations area is maybe grant writing. We're trying to find people from the community to do grant writing. Maybe we want to consider doing that in order to get the other positions that we're supposed to have or resources that we need.
Yeah, you know, when I was asking about superpowers, I was hoping somebody said they were a grant writer. I was hoping somebody else said they were a comms expert with 10 million social media followers, but you know, we'll deal with what we got.
So public comment on this, and then we'll shift to the discussion of, you know, our game plan over the next few weeks.
We have two public comments, one from Rajni Mandal and the other from Billy Cleveland. Oh, for this too, and one from Ann James.
Just a quick comment about community engagement. If we could get Zoom participation for our regular meetings, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Commissioners are.
So
for the.
May I come? Chair,
Oh, you missed that one.
may I comment?
Please.
So it's an interesting thing, because I would love to be able to do that. Been working with the city for some time. There is a universal procedure that they have, even though city council does it. There's so many moving parts to it that they want all of us to follow the same protocol. That has yet to be rolled out. And I keep following up with them to say when, because you guys are like, hey, you know, can we just do it? Isn't it just a click of a button to let us speak? And it isn't. And even with the commission, if you notice in a city council member, there are like 3 or 4 people managing the online, all of that. It's challenging for one person to manage that. And then we'd also have to add it to our bylaws to say, this is how we navigate that. So there's more in the process, but please know I am staying on top of it as much as I can to get that, because I know that's what the public really wants to be able to do.
I would also add, Chief of Staff, that I think that's why it's important to really name that in our values and our mission and vision statement around accessing and creating vehicles for impacted communities that don't have access to us, as a way to meet them where they're at. And that way we could not let this just sit on the shelf somewhere. We can continue our commitment to pushing
remote access to our meetings.
Yes.
Are people able to make, e-comments?
Yes, so as an alternative, because we haven't been able to do that, I have made accessible an e-comment form. So anybody still can ask questions, and on their behalf, I ask them to the people, I read them at our meetings on their behalf. So it's not where we can hear your voice, but I will be your voice, the voice of the customer, the voice of the community member, to share what you need to say. And we just ask that you provide me that information within 24 hours so that I can manage it and get it ready for our meeting. So that's available now, and it's on our website as well. Billy Cleveland. And then Ann James.
I wanted to speak on, I have concerns about this issue of, rapid response. And I wasn't gonna bring up the pursuit policy, but since y'all brought it up, I'm gonna speak on it. The first thing that happened was the council requested that you review the policy. Commissioner Rice convened a town hall and came back with recommendations that the policy not be changed. But then the governor came in and criticized you and said it was your fault to have this, you need to change the pursuit policy. And what did you do? You gave a statement thanking Newsom for attacking you. Then you turn around and convened a town hall over a policy that you claimed was not yours. When in fact, if it wasn't yours, you should have referred people to the Oakland Police Department pursuit policy. Then after the town hall, you sent out a survey to actively engage people in the development of a policy that you claim was not yours. Then to this day, if you go on the website, the whole website is full of pursuit policy, which is not yours. So I think one of the most important things when you get engaged in rapid response is know what your job is. So the reality is you were attacked for a policy that was not yours, and you forget, and everything you did owned the policy. That is an error. And I hope people can think about how you handle rapid response. Everything that comes up is not within your purview. And if you know it's not within your purview, you don't conciliate to the pressure to make it in your purview. Stand your ground and say, we have reviewed this. We don't see a need to change. You want to pursue this conversation, you need to take it to the Public Safety Committee of the City Council. Thank you very much. So all of that stuff that you guys did, to me, you just bit into what the governor threw at you. If it's not your policy, and it was, and to me, it was really disrespectful to the work that Commissioner Rouse did after he held the town hall. He had experts come involved, he had community there, he had police there, and you came back collectively and said that we don't see a recommendation, and then you totally backed up because they were yelling at you. So I'm asking you, part of your mission is to not be intimidated by the forces that are really up against police oversight. The forces that were pushing, one of the tactics that they will use is to get you to be blamed for something that's not your fault. Don't fall for that in the future, please.
You have one more public comment?
Yes, Ann James.
Governor, in my mind, is not the first people to attack you. Asking you for policy was an attack. when the two council members who proposed it, was clearly an attack. It was trying to blame you for something that had been written by police chiefs, right? And so once the council gave it to you, I did understand taking it on. But let's be really clear, it was an attack from the very beginning. And I do want to mention in the last 2 weeks, there were 2 cities that had expanded their pursuit policy, San Diego and New York City, and they both rescinded a lot of those expansions for 3 reasons. 1, people were being injured, police and people on the street were being injured. 2, the amount of damage to property. 3 was the number of lawsuits. So I think you may have had a point in the first place when the council gave you the policy and asked you to look at it. You know, the first rule of thumb is don't accept the premise. Since you don't have money for a consultant on communications, what they would tell you is don't accept the premise. I actually wanted to talk in terms of community engagement. One of the areas that I and others have been advocating for is to expand the use of ad hoc, expand the use of engaged community members to work on some of the policies that have been kind of on a list of we need to deal with this. We hear from the community a lot that there are policies that need to be updated. And if, while you're very busy, if there are ways to expand the use of community members to start to dig in on some of these issues, there are people who are ready to sit down and have those ad hoc meetings. And if you be willing to create ad hocs, that maybe have one commissioner on them, you're not giving away your power, because anything that group works on has to come back to the commission votes. So you're not giving away your power, trying to give away a little bit of work and get some of these policies addressed and give communities ways to engage, because it is my position that whether you hold commission meetings out in the community or anything else, people are not going to come to these meetings, because if you haven't noticed, they're insanely long and boring. Thank you.
So, Ricardo, we'd like to now, with your permission, shift to a discussion that I'd like for you to facilitate about what the commission ought to be doing over the next couple of months to address some of the emerging issues or challenges. Please.
Can we revisit and just go through each of those 3 areas?
How do you want to do it?
Yeah, let's just start from the top. I think the first one was policy development. All right, just want to open up a quick popcorn discussion with the commissioners. Given everything that's going on, are there areas within policy development that we need to be looking at? That are in line with these objectives of, we're currently doing the review of the discipline matrix, identify, review, and catalog outdated OPD policies. That process is slowly happening through the discipline review matrix. Identify new policy areas. Obviously, the biggest hot topic policy area right now is this pursuit policy.
Well, that's over. No, we're not talking about it. I think, yeah, the pursuit policy, I think.
That's not.
Please,
Okay, all
please
right,
continue.
I know that one of the things.
One of them is the handcuffing the restraints one. I know that's on the docket, but I think the main thing is identifying a key person in OPD to work with on our policies.
Well, yeah, that's the point right there. So OPD used to have a point
They
person.
don't have, yeah, they don't.
Yeah, I
have
know.
a designated person.
Right, they don't have a designated person anymore. That doesn't mean that they can't designate some person to do it. That's what we really need. And we also talked about auditing policies that have been revised to see how that auditing is going. We talked about this a couple of days ago. So I think that will help.
And so the task around auditing is
Identifying the OPD contract.
Also, I was gonna add, I know, Billy Beacon had a good comment a while ago that I feel like we should look into. And I think it was, something to the effect of, reaching out to the public defender's office and like seeing what policies like adversely affect those communities actually interacting with the police department and seeing, you know, what if any policies we may want to review from that standpoint. So I'm happy to take that on.
No, that's an interesting point. So there's the stop and frisk policy that the commission held back in like 2019 or something.
I'm talking about like going forward.
Well, that policy itself should be audited because that's designed to protect the older police communities.
I think we also at one point, and maybe this is a kind of a different direction for moving forward, we talked about asking the Inspector General's office to look at the issues around police officers taking money out of their own pocket to pay informants, because that got wrapped into a whole issue that became a criminal matter around one of our police officers, and we haven't quite moved forward on that review of where personal money comes out of the police officers or whether they use a pocket of money that the department has in order to pay informants, and whether or not the public, the district attorney's office is informed on that when these things move forward in the district attorney's office.
Also curious, when the police department had a person for policy, where was the police commission being made aware of in advance that a policy change might be coming down the pipeline, so the commission could start preparing our thoughts on that policy change, or were we more historically like reactive? Like they have already came up with this policy, then we're gonna react to it after that.
That's a really good historical.
My experience is limited in that regard, but I would say maybe a little bit of both. So there were some changes to city policies that required us to look at other, or state mandates that required us to look at specific policies for all the departments in the state. So those are the ones that we knew were coming down the pipeline. Others, I wouldn't really know how they were identified, but I know, yeah, some were state mandated, some were internal, like, hey, you need to look at this one.
And I can say from just now, last week, the latter half of last week, I received an email from, Lisa Osmus. And, thank you, Deputy Lisa Osmus. And it was asking us to take a look at a particular policy that they had. So she's being proactive in like, this is old, this is stale, we really need you to look at, and please, lost my mind, I don't recall the name of the policy, but it was a proactive outreach to us that then the commission can figure out whether we want to stand up and ad hoc to look at it, or do they just want to do a presentation at one of our meetings and you guys kind of vote depending on, how minor the changes are? So that's one example of how it has come to us recently.
Are we looking at policies as it relates to disciplines that come up? Are we prioritizing those?
Okay, but to address that, so we recently talked about this last week. As a result of a discipline issue, I was asking for the dedicated arresting policy to be audited, because I thought I saw a violation of the policy there. I was going to reach out to the Inspector General's office to see what they thought about looking into that. And then there have been like a couple other times historically about how policy has been created after Joshua Pollock was killed by the police, and like their after action report is how I remember it, Skeller report, whatever it was. It was pointed out that there was no officer involved shooting policy. I remember asking Chief Armstrong about that, and he said that they were discussing creating one. And I believe since then, they have created one, I think that would be something good maybe for us to look at. It's also been requested, or at least I've requested for them to create an incident command policy because situations in that killing of Joshua Pollock, how the critical incident was managed, as well as the Fallen Forward incident, how that was managed. The Fallen Forward incident is where 4 police officers were killed all on the same day. There are a lot of just negative responses about how the critical incident was managed. And if they had an incident command policy, a lot of these things would have been addressed beforehand through training. So that's just some feedback on potential new policies and new policies.
They've been doing extensive work on the discipline matrix ad hoc.
Right.
Really, really delving into all of those pieces, working with Captain Hubbard on that. So there's gonna be some great things that are come out of that. And then there was extensive work from the racial profiling ad hoc as well. So, yeah, so that and that.
I have a question, also like the more tenured members.
Can't hear you.
I have a question to the more tenured members of the police commission. In the past, how have we identified that we're gonna specifically look at this specific policy? Is that just based on like the community members that come up and talk about it, or?
So that's what this is all about. So this is developing a framework and how we address it. Because doing this like, oh, I requested this, or this community member wants to look at this policy, OPD gives us a random policy to look at, that's not been working in terms of us being able to meet our legal mandates as well as, and how we operate. So then we stand up an ad hoc, we expend a lot of resources, you know, it's just like we're being reactive. So all of this is about developing a framework in which we can actually proactively go and catalog all the policies, identify and prioritize which ones are going to be the most important, and then actually identify a way in which we can address them in a timely manner. So I think, you know, like having conversations about which policy seems important is great, but we need to look at it like from a totality kind of perspective, like a more holistic perspective. And then create an actual like catalog of them with a time frame associated with it. And then also, you know, the subsequent training, et cetera, like follow things. There's been no process other than just randomly addressing things as they arise.
Ricardo, you want to go through the other 2 focus areas in terms of rapid or short-term plan? But before we make the transition, any other short-term ideas about policy developments from commissioners?
Since we talked about potentially like including the public defender's office, and the issues that may arise from there, I think to be unbiased, I think it'd be interesting to also hear from the prosecutor's office as well. Like, if, let's say the public defender's office is like, hey, we believe that, you know, we should change X policy, and I'd also like to hear what that would look like on the other side as well. Like, would that be a hindrance to, you know, the proper, you know, duty or carrying out of, you know, law enforcement? I would like to hear both sides if we can engage with both sides as well.
Yeah, and I just really quickly, and then in terms of how we're gonna prioritize or make a list of what we want to do, I think that if we want to do it like that, then we should just start with every policy that has to do with use of force review boards, racial profiling, First Amendment assemblies, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, absolutely.
I do want to give an opportunity. We have Zervan Malouf, our Inspector General here, and I'm wondering, sir, if you have any thoughts around policy development, any priorities or anything you want to jump about it.
Sure. As far as policy development, my office is currently looking at the training policy. So that's, I think, is B08, and we're in the final processes of reviewing those recommendations. At least I'm reviewing those recommendations, and hopefully push that forward to OPD. Other than that, I think we're open to either from the community or the commissioners if there's specific policy that you want us to look at. I did, I'm thinking that in some of the other agencies I work for, they have hotlines. So if someone had an issue with a policy, they could go to the, say, Oakland Commissioners, Police Commissioners hotline and report it. When I did a ride-along the other day, I had a couple officers come to me after I identified myself and talked about a evidence policy that has not been updated since 1984. And I figured that is an issue, and they talked about various evidence policies that have not been updated in 84. So my policy analysis looked into it and verified and confirmed that there are policies that have not been updated in 30 years. So we're starting to take just a little bit of steps and to look at specifically the evidence policy for how we can or encourage the police department to update those policies. Other than that, I'm kind of, open for suggestions.
I know I had a conversation with Matt, director of Zipper, and I was asking him, like, throughout all these investigations that he's conducting, right? Are there policy recommendations that may come about from Zipper as well? And I think, he's going through some budget issues, personal issues, whatnot, but I would like to get to a place where we can also, get some policy recommendations from that side as well.
So just a process point, we're at 1:55, and we have 2 other strategic focus areas to do, and we've got time to do them, but I want you to finish this.
Yeah, let's just fly through these other 2 slides real quick and then we can move on.
Thank you.
So community engagement, I think we heard a commitment to be able to figure out a strategy to get out to the community more. Also around communication strategy as well. And so I don't know, is there any immediate steps that commissioners feel like we need to be taking on as part of our work in terms of?
We need to have an FAQ that says what we do, why we do it, and then what the distinction between us and policy are.
I think that we should.
And it should be in every single meeting. And maybe even copies of Measure LL and S1 sitting at the table with agendas.
And with city.
And then, yes, and we also need to go to a public safety committee meeting and present what we do and invite them to come present at our meeting. So they can tell us what they do. Those are my immediate things.
Yeah, no, my immediate thing is to address all those things that you mentioned and other things through a new community engagement ad hoc committee, so.
We no longer have it. No longer have it.
But it's still, there's still some.
I know there's
some work that needs to get done, I'm sure.
the last thing I remember was back when Commissioner Jordan, there was another one. Who would like to outreach people for the commission. And I'm not sure they were having that. I'm not sure if it was an ad hoc committee or what that was, but I thought that was a good idea.
Yeah. Maybe we consider at one of our town halls that we plan, that there's a roundtable with those people there in the community, right? So then it's explaining to the community, because obviously people don't come to our meetings, a lot of people don't come to our meetings. But if it's a community, then you've got someone from public safety, you have someone maybe from city council, from the commission, or whatever other partner agency that we want to really get a clear explanation of what everyone does. And then maybe a conversation around the overall structure of public safety and what we want collectively and how each one is going to actually, work to achieve that together.
I have a question. If you are. Yeah. So based on the work that you've done at SSOC, and I know there's a whole bunch of CBOs that roll, community-based organizations, CBOs, that roll up into the Department of Violence Prevention. Right. And since we're talking about community engagement, I'm curious, are you aware of maybe a board or something of that sort where all these community-based organizations who interact with those community members who've been affected by policing have a board where these community organizations come together, and maybe we get a representative from that collective to come to the police commission as that one voice of, hey, we've identified these things drastically impact, the communities that are, being policed. These are what can improve their experience.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's a great question. One group that I can think of off the top of my head, who I did do a community engagement presentation to, that Paul connected me to is, I always want to call it Love Never Fails, but I believe that they're formally called the Violence Prevention. What is it called? The Violence Prevention Coalition. Yeah. So on the Violence Prevention Coalition, there are a number of people from CBO,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here. Can you focus on your job and not be the public safety voice for the city of Oakland? You have a mission statement, but the reason why you can't figure out what to do is because you don't focus on your job.
All right, thank you. We're figuring out what to do. We're focusing on our job. I'm answering your question.
Thank you.
So I did do a presentation to that. That's one group that I can.
Please, Ricardo.
And I actually think, to your point, in terms of strategic communication and outreach, I mean, a good example of that is, I would argue that if OPD is reporting back that they're arresting hundreds of youth and 0 of them are getting referred to our Department of Violence Prevention and Diversion programs that we have in the city, we don't have direct oversight, again, in terms of the debate between public safety and our commission's role in this. But we know that by OPD not utilizing the DVP services that are in front of us, that's leading to recidivism, that's leading to greater distrust between communities of color and police. And when we hammer them home on that stuff and we see those referral numbers start to skyrocket immediately, it's making our police department work from a more community-driven lens to work in partnership with community, what we've heard a lot today. So to answer your question, is there might be a presentation from the Juvenile Justice Commission maybe to hear about what's happening at Juvenile Hall and the diversion efforts up there and how good OPD is doing, right? So yeah, exactly. And so I think we do have a responsibility to explore some of these areas, with also being careful that we're not diving too much into it or at all into it.
From a process standpoint, can I request that the third slide we table for the short-term plan and continue our conversation about the next 2 strategic focus areas, and if time permits, and look at the short-term plan, this one and those 2.
I just,
Because we do want to get through the strategic plan focus areas.
The last thing I want to put in terms of the community outreach and strategic communication, we heard a lot today about the need to have a coordinated effort, to have advocacy, to be able to reach out to city council members and other folks so that we can make our position clear and start talking about the direct impacts of these proposed budget cuts on police oversight. And so I think that's part of that's something that, needs to happen in the next 2 weeks.
And I just want to add something to that I want to, honor, and it's still obviously a lot that I'm learning, and I want to stay in our charter and all of those things. But I don't want us to be so arrogant that we actually forget that community input will inform policy. And so if we're so disconnected where we feel like this is our lane, this is our not, we should be very clear about our lane. But I do think to that point, we do need to be clear on what community engagement does for us and how we do it, that it will inform policy practices and our oversight of the police, because there may be things that are happening well or not so well that we don't know. And we won't know that if we just say it's not our lane, because there's safety and then there's oversight of maybe you didn't get arrested, but the officers came in and was pushing you all around. That's a use of force issue. We should be aware of those things. So I just want us to keep both of those things top of mind.
Thank you. So with the chair's permission, could you, we want to now shift to a discussion of the last 2 strategic focus areas, which are federal oversight and help me, Omar,
Mechanisms of support.
that was, you will talk about the title for it, but, yeah, here it will show as mental health support, and then the ad hoc will, come to some consensus about what the title will be for that area. But, here, we are inviting, Commissioner Angela to.
Okay, let's see.
And then Omar, you're going to be invited to talk about the election.
So for oversight, I think we had, yeah, okay. It's sort of like current NSA stuff and then post NSA stuff. So, I know that there have been some regular meetings established with our commission leadership and other stakeholders that are part of the NSA. I think that's, who do you meet with, OPD? The judge is required us to do, these collaborative meetings.
Yeah, they're called risk, the bi-weekly risk management meetings.
Risk management meetings, thank you. Okay, so there's.
Which also included having IB, report directly to the chief.
Yes, okay, so IAB, so there's been some structural changes in their reporting, but what we need to do as a commission is make sure that we're tracking, monitoring, and documenting our NSA task completions, and then also participating in those regular meetings and having those partnerships. I think, this is not necessarily just the commission's work, so part of what we'll do with the strategic plan is also develop like corresponding responsibility matrix, because some of this might fall on the IG, some of it might fall under the purview of CIPRA, so it's not just us doing all of this. And then this kind of is more along the lines of CIPRA as well as managing the post-NSA scope transition. So that would be the federal monitorship transition to OIG, and then CIPRA doing their transition from IAD to CIPRA. If that's still what's going to happen, because that was under the last administration, so I have no idea if that's still a task done. That's where we are with the NSA.
Okay,
It's kind
and Omar, the final strategic focus area.
All right, yeah, so it's titled Mental Health Support, which is what it's designed to do. We could rename it, we haven't finalized the name for it. I just was thinking as morale, wellness, and discipline. Because that's basically the three components that go in this section to address like our mental health oversight, our discipline oversight, as well as we heard at one of the last meetings, this apparent culture of fear for the police to do their job, and things of that nature.
So what are those three areas again? I'm so sorry.
Morale, wellness, and discipline.
Thank you. Continue.
And there's a section of the charter, Micah, that requires us to address mental health. So if people are not aware, we're not just making up new topics, like this is a requirement.
And I even asked at my first meeting during closed section about the mental health portion, and it was confirmed by the chair at that time that we did have oversight over best practices of mental health.
So you want to share the highlights of this?
Yeah, I mean, I can read everything that's on the slide if you would like.
Because it's so hard to read from the
Okay,
rear.
no problem. So the first part of it is the first goal is to ensure mental health best practices are implemented at OPD. And ways to accomplish that are review staffing and resources, recommending hiring a permanent wellness staff person, touring the wellness centers, tracking different wellness initiatives that they have, reviewing applicable training, such as training around emotional intelligence or other related issues. Next slide.
Next slide.
And then the next goal is to conduct a thorough review of the disciplinary process, ways to accomplish that, to ensure to ensure the disciplinary process is fair, equitable, and up to date, to create a discipline committee, a quick reference guide maybe, for commissioners, to discuss with SIPR any recommendations they may have, to discuss with previous or current commissions lessons learned from their discipline review experiences. I did put in their development officer award. I have since taken that out of the document, but my whole thinking behind that was to identify or potentially identify officers who are really good at de-escalation, for example. But after thinking about it, I was thinking that maybe that isn't necessarily our role to do that. So I took it out. I'm curious to see what feedback we get on that, as well as just addressing the Skelly backlog and how to get out of that issue. And then next slide, the next goal is to provide constructive feedback to OPD, City Council, and the Mayor's Office. Our objectives for that are to create a police commission recommendations list, review and consider the reimagining public city task force recommendations that I'm going to present about at our second February meeting. Review and consider this, the SSOC recommendations that you might be able to do that during the reimagining recommendations or maybe at another time. Considering creating recommendations for the new Measure NN Commission, who will be responsible for creating a multi-year violence reduction plan for the city, as well as considering recommendations from the public. I believe that's all.
Commissioners, questions, comments, feedback on mental health support and or federal oversight?
Just a point of transparency for me as a newer commissioner. I feel pretty disconnected from federal oversight piece and like what exactly is going on, what was said at the last like case management hearing, and like what exactly are they discussing, and what is the exact thing that let's say plaintiff's counsel and the judge and whoever else said that we need to do this specific action. I understand there's line items that need to be taken care of, but this specific thing needs to change, and how we can help change that. I personally feel disconnected. That may just be because I'm a newer commissioner, but I'm just curious like what are other commissioners' thoughts on how they feel about that process.
The way that I educated myself about the NSA is just by reading the quarterly reports written by the monitor. And you can read them all the way, going all the way back to the beginning. Just doing that, and I can share some NSA documents with you as well.
Chair, are you going to case management, or
There's one coming up this spring.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's anybody can go. Anybody, I think, can listen online.
I was
Yeah, you can dial in, and then I think our last statement was that odd things,
I believe so.
or January.
And after that, they send like the notes from it or the transcript, the transcribed information. And then when I receive that, then I send it to the commission so that you guys can see it. But you can actually watch the case, watch the deliberations, or the conversation online. Anybody can.
So, yeah, just for, like, I think we have a SharePoint drive, and I think most of our documents and some of the historical information is probably located there. It might take some digging or asking Micah or someone or myself or someone to see if we can send you some of it. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, even as a more, I guess, senior commissioner, like if you're not in part of the ad hocs, it's kind of difficult to track what each of the ad hocs is doing. And so it can be kind of isolating or siloed, so to speak. But I think we're all here to support each other. So like if you do have a question about something that's happened before your time or is happening during your time, but you're not a part of the ad hoc, then just reach out to people and I'm sure we can send you the information and documents.
I think that's a good point, because I think it speaks to our onboarding and prioritizing, even if like I can't do an ad hoc, but I'm like, I don't know what I don't know. So I also don't know what to ask, and we get a lot of information on the front end.
And then we are hit with whatever we're hit with, whether it's in our lane or not, we've been all consumed by a lot of stuff, so I think that's a good point, but like, I wouldn't necessarily be like, Angela, can you walk me through this to know what ad hocs are? I know we did get a share out, but like, even if that's part of our onboarding, where the chair of ad hoc schedule some time with us to show us where documents are, to walk through some of the updates, to say, here's where you find the quarterly, I don't even know where to find that. To even go read it myself, I'm happy to do it, but I think that, that would be helpful. I appreciate that, because there are certain things, nuances where I would feel irresponsible if Paul, you know, there's so many community members that have been here through multiple iterations of commissions that are holding more information, and I wouldn't wanna misspeak.
If any commissioners have any questions about the NSA, I will sit down and go over everything. And I even develop like my own charts and graphs and stuff.
Be great. Any other comments, questions, suggestions about federal oversight or mental health support?
Yeah, still federal oversight. I appreciate like you guys helping me walk through those pieces, but something you mentioned, Commissioner Castan was, like for example, in the last administration, you know, we were thinking about moving, you know, IAB, now as they call it, into CIPRO, or the monitor into OIG. Like, I don't know what the specific requirements are to make that happen. So I don't know, as a North Star, kind of like metric or goal, it'd be helpful for myself and maybe other officials if maybe as the quarterly reports come out, and us, the commission, we understand these are the specific items that we have control over, that we can influence. And let's say that when Deputy Chief Osmus comes in, or Captain Hubbard leads IB, and you know, they are reporting, these are the things that we're actively doing to actually move in that direction, to move out of oversight, because I personally haven't been getting that.
Okay, so specifically, what does that look like for you?
That could look like, out of the quarterly report, these are the goals, or these are the specific actions that we can take.
So we need to agendize that at a regular commission meeting, quarterly reports.
Sure, yeah.
Perfect, that's what
I think that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the type of action items.
Yeah, no, that's, yes, that's, yeah.
Because then we could put it into our practice that every time a quarterly report's reviewed, that we put in our agenda, we all read it, we all have discussions about it, and identify areas in each of these categories that we have. We love you too, we love you too. And so, all right, great, no, I think that's all really good. And I think two thoughts I have, just to close this in, is I love the idea of incorporating this more into the onboarding piece, right? And in terms of how we're improving some of our internal functions, including like with the new commissioner coming on board, these are all the documents that were submitted to city council, to this, to that, over the last 6 months, or at least the last 6 months, you know what the hell we're up to, right? And so, and I know folks follow the meetings of the SNAP, they don't see all the inner kind of workings of stuff. I also, yeah, and I'll just leave it at that. I do want to point out again that once again, we're looking at Measure NN, which is public safety, right? And then people are gonna say, well, public safety is not your role, right? And I'm gonna say, well, guess what? The cops used Measure Z money last time to go travel and used it inappropriately, and it got uncovered. And they're also saying they don't have money for drones to do safe pursuits. There's gonna be an increase of tax revenue with Measure NN now. We should be interested on how the cops and how OPD are planning to spend that. And if there are any things that they can do to remedy or enhance their tools to make their jobs more effective.
And how we can collaborate with them and other public safety boards to accomplish our mission as a commission.
Anyhow, so, yeah, sometimes those lines are too blurry.
Yeah. Public comment on this topic?
Yes, sir. We have a few people. We have Mary Vale, Millie Cleveland after that, Paula Hawthorne after that, and Jenks after that. And, oh, Millie, you have two of them, I think. Oh. So I'll just put yours together. There you go. All right. Vale?
Not the NSA. going up through the creation of community policing, creation of the police commission, and the city council's reimagining public safety policy. We're gonna talk about OPD, talk about how long the NSA is today. Everyone has to try harder. No one will, has ever, except one mayor, acknowledge privately to be here and not staff. That the delays that we have in NSA compliance are due to workforce resistance to reforms. Instagram, which the department's over, the other eyes and ears covered. We have no idea that it's, was a problem or existed. And yet post that bash within the department. Racism and mock the whole series of forms of view of NSA process. Parties have been involved. So to say, for example, oh, better mental health support, or the workforce is going to transform naturally as you have workforces leave. Let's come in. No, because it's not about health, it's about culture. We're all coming to that culture. Some of your superiors or others, but so your workforce. Okay, the union's in a great spot. They're only limited. Checking. So it's on. They have to expect it. So you have to be the first one. To acknowledge relationship and compliance, particularly on task 5, which is about systems, procedures, even the workers. You know, stop allowing people just like this magical practice, push up something, on something. And just when we were going to be at full components, you know, it's the big lie along with that. It's not really dealing with it. Honest, hardworking workforce that is undermining. Because they are. They tell the public they're not going to do this policy. These guys are not. No matter what the union tends to achieve, they are not here. The only good losing in terms of it's kind of and not just this number. So right now, you know, you're in your house and public bridge behind your house. And it's a profit. That's a check. CPRA, former members of this commission basically harassed and met with the former, it's great. They love it. Going back to the investment. So, very big here. And when I heard the last two guys, it's not like there's mild freezes with them. They're already kind of you're asking possible jobs. It's just not acceptable. And one thing, you know, flip side
Ms. Elder, we're a little over 2 minutes at this time. We're a little over 2 minutes at this time,
Yes,
and I want to
yes.
be considerate to other people.
the whole house is. OPD has problems. officer assignments, money. Taxes. They use that contingent of officers to, as reservoir staffing for everything else. I get it on emergencies or, you know, the CRO's been involved, started an investigation and want to be back included. Great, but that's not what's going to happen. They've also, until neighborhood services was taken out of OPD never. Plus so. All. Your oversight. Assistance. And right after we get out of money, we're going to destroy community policing and make it basically like Chief Patrick said, oh, there's PR unit.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
So that is, the budget fire is burning, and that has got to be deferred.
Ms. Hawthorne?
Yes, thank you. I take an opposite view from almost everyone else in the room, and I'll tell you what it is. The NSA is it is long past. If you read the 51 things that we're supposed to do, it's long past been at the point where they should have said, yes, you have done this. It's a scam. That guy gets $1 million a year. And if you ask what specifically was on this last monitor's report, it says if you specifically, then you are in compliance. There has not been one of those in the last 10 years. For the first 10 years, they would say, here, this task needs exactly this. This one is like, y'all ought to get better. Y'all ought to get better. And now let's look at this very last reason that they took for keeping us out of compliance. And that was that the CPRB found out that the internal affairs people had whiffed on getting discipline to the man who bribed them. Anyway, you guys should have been going, yes, it worked. Our CPRA found that this happened and made the people responsible, took discipline action for them. This is what we voted for you to do. This is what happened. The police department, what they said, the monitors said, and you can read it, he says, until the police department revises its culture and holds itself accountable, I will be here. You know what? That's when hell freezes over. It's a police department. We all said they're never going to hold themselves accountable. That's why you're here. You should be telling them, give us the power that we need. Give us, yes, Mary, give us the people that we need, and take this money away from the NSA, which is a scam, an absolute scam.
Ann Jinks?
My understanding about the reason that mental health was included in the commission is because the rape scandal included the suicide of the police officer. At the very beginning, that's part of how it got exposed. You know, so I'm pretty the way it was explained to me was that was the reason mental health got put in as something the commission is involved with. It would have been an anomaly. But we have a real opportunity right now, especially with the police chief saying to you that your reform efforts are the reason that officers don't want to do their jobs. It's an opportunity to address that very specific issue, right? Which otherwise might be a little bit outside of your, outside of program function. And in terms of mental health and morale of OPD, I think losing your entire senior staff as a result of the last scandal really does impact morale. Because it has to do with the good functioning of a department. Every commission meeting, there's different people engaging with the commission because they lost the entire senior staff because everybody was under investigation about that latest skim. And having a chief come and say that you are causing people not to want to do their jobs. I've never wanted to report to my boss that we couldn't do our jobs and had no interest in doing our jobs. I would get fired. But it is an important moment in my estimation to delve into that because that's also going to help the police mental health. If somebody's depressed, you don't say you're right, everything is terrible. You help them understand why they need to assess the reality a little bit better. And the police officers and the chief need to better assess the reality, what discipline is happening, why it's happening. Are officers actually being written up for getting into the bus lane a little bit during a vehicle pursuit? Because I don't believe they are. And that's what's being alleged. And I think it's really important to address that. It is a direct attack on the commission. Because there's part of the narrative that says that police cannot catch bad guys because of your rules. And it needs to be addressed. And I really urge you to do it in the context of mental health and morale as well. I think sometimes it's easy to assume that we don't have to do as a surveillance space. The fact is that there are people, especially people who aren't really listening to some of the facts involved, and the police officers who get into a little bit of a pity party. They need this, and the public needs to understand as well.
Really? I'm a little concerned about, what the onboarding process is. I'm concerned that, a commissioner would be not understanding the NSA, which is the reason why you're here, part of the reason why you're here. Monitor will never go away until there is an effective civilian police commission that can prove that they can take over the monitor's job. There are 52 tasks. They have completed many. They are not shooting people like they used to. They are not planting drugs on people like they used to. But the primary task they can't get past is task number 5, which is their ability to investigate themselves. So I think one of the most important things that you need to advocate around, or when you advocate for your budget needs, that you need to educate the community that we will continue to accrue these costs until we deal with internal affairs. It's that simple. Internal affairs, those investigators need to be released to go investigate crime, investigate retail theft, investigate the burglaries that the people on the hill say nobody comes to investigate. Put them to work and let CIPRA do their job, which is what I do agree with Paula. But my real concern is, may I ask who's doing the onboarding for new commissioners?
Yes. So the onboarding process is relatively new in the sense that I've been dealing with it, and it was very, very minimal prior to me joining. So what we have so far are all the documents that they need to learn and understand as far as their training, the mandated trainings that they have, and where to have that, and where to get that information. That's what they've been provided. One of the things that I'm hearing today, though, is that whole process of the NSA, not providing information about what the NSA is, but really about how to access the meetings, right? And what that process is, how they get further information about that. That piece needs to be added.
And I think that, I really suggest that at every police commission meeting, there should be copies of section 604 on the table, section LL and S1. You can have that available for people. So if there's confusion about what the role of the police commission is, It's delineated in section 604 of the charter, and people should be able to access.
So what I like to do is, we've got a little less than 30 minutes. So I'd like for each commissioner to take a moment and just make a note to yourself, either mentally or in writing, about what the main things you want the ad hoc committee to do in terms of the updating or revision of the plan. And what I'll do is just give you an example from my own notes of what I heard. This is not a recommendation from me to the commission, but these are examples of what I heard. And what we want to hear from you are the precise things that you'd like to see added or adjusted. So, oh, I didn't know that. I apologize.
Thank you, sorry about that. Very quick, Public Safety Committee, Committee of City Council did meet January 13th, and Lieutenant Dorn gave a great presentation on the NSA, where we are, where we're going, where we're at. I recommend you look at those slides, they're awesome, but the great thing was, at least for me, the first time hearing Public Safety Committee meeting support getting out of the NSA publicly, strongly, and so I think they'd be a great ally in trying to work together to get out of federal wars.
And I'd like to just also say that as the commissioners are onboarded, there's training phases that they're asked to complete. The first phase is so that they can be a part of the discipline committee, to have those hearings. All of them have access to it, and they're working through completing those trainings. And one of those trainings is an overview of what the NSA is, what it does, and it's provided by our attorney. So it tells them everything they need to do. So as they work through that, they'll have more information as well.
I mean, as far as the onboarding, like, I joined that long ago, I haven't even done a full term, and there was no onboarding at all. So, like, this is a self-starting, self-initiative type of thing. Like, everything we do is public record, like 99.9%. So even now, if there's something that I have a question, I can just Google it, honestly, and probably find the governing document somewhere online. So I would recommend that, just like as commissioners, also as members of the public, if there's any information. And then, of course, utilize other commissioners and other resources you might have. But I just want to remind us that, like, the information's out there. Sometimes you just might have to spend a moment to dig for it.
I would like to add also, I feel like a lot of these questions regarding the NSA, it's my hypothesis here, is from the questions I posed, right? It's not that, I have questions about what the NSA is. To be very clear about what I was asking was, what are the specific items that were discussed at the previous meetings that can help us get out individual tasks, right? No, that's what I'm unclear on. So it's not a lack of onboarding that's the issue for me personally. It's I don't know what was the specific task or thing that the monitor said that we need to do to get out of, for example, task file.
Isn't that report?
Right, well, it's a lot of information, and no like one training by a city attorney or just reading it, it's gonna really explain everything in depth.
Okay. So,
No more.
So call Omar.
No,
Omar will walk you through it.
I do want to acknowledge a couple of things, though, is thank you for clarifying that, because I think what wasn't sitting well with me is lots of times, because we have time constraints, we have space constraints, we often can't have these type of conversations in depth. And lots of these little things that we're talking about, we probably talk for hours about. Each of these things are so layered and nuanced. And what doesn't sit well with me is when there are certain comments that are made within our limited time to be able to make and process and ask questions. And we're not perfect always in our questions. We're not perfect in our articulations. We're learning, we're getting better. And it doesn't sit well when folks make certain comments and then the public paints things in a broad brush. So I take offense the fact that you commissioners don't know about the NSA. So I really appreciate you doing that, because I know you did a lot of homework around the NSA to even pass the selection committee to even be on this panel. I know I got good on the NSA trying to go through the selection committee, and I got rejected. I got to go back and learn more about it and come back again. And I still have a ton of questions about the NSA. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge Chief of Staff, because you've been making incredible strides in the onboarding process. Because I guarantee you, three of y'all that got onboarded was a lot different than me and Angela getting onboarded. My onboarding was, you better take all these trainings in 48 hours. You're gonna have to get elevated and take a vote in 48 hours. If you could imagine how past commissions meetings were, with folks boycotting each other, getting at each other, I don't think they were really quite talking about comprehensive onboarding strategies at that time. So I want to applaud all of us for taking on those challenges and laying out the work that needs to get done. And again, I will defend and take offense and defend my staff, my commission, and all of you all. When I know you all are busting your ass and things may not be perfect, and I do take offense when things get painted in a broad brush in certain ways in the public forum. So I just need to say that.
So, we've got about, and I actually appreciate the conversation that you had. It allows you to move forward as a commission in a different way. And appreciating on the point of onboarding that you've had different experiences, it surfaced as a high enough priority, so it is an objective to formalize the onboarding process for future commissions. And so what I'd like to do with we've got enough time to wrap up in a way that connects us. And so what I'd like to do is for each commissioner to take a couple moments and either mentally or jot a note, what are the main things that you want to see happen? What adjustments, revisions do you want to see made to this draft plan? And we're going to do a round robin so that each commissioner can communicate with the ad hoc committee what that is. And so let me give you an example. These are not recommendations. These are just highlights from my notes. On vision, my main takeaway was that we need to add a North Star to the vision. On mission, my main takeaway was that some of those bullets in terms of the work that we do there need to be additional bullets. Like, for example, advancing community policing or responding to most impacted communities as examples. On the value, there were not specific suggestions, but some thought that some of the values as concepts might go into the mission or objectives, and others thought that we needed to add new values that, from their standpoint, had a deeper, represented a deeper calling or understanding or sensitivity about this work. Under policy, the main takeaway, an example of a main takeaway was that there should be regular reports provided to the public about the policy work that's being done. Under community engagement, an example of a main takeaway a couple were around creating your own public information strategy and hiring a public information person. And then also, it was suggested by the public, for example, you could expand your ad hocs in terms of the policy work if you created ad hocs that were made up of community members and maybe a commissioner. So using the community to expand the ad hocs and be able to advance the policy work. Under federal oversight, an example of a main takeaway was that you should put on the agenda when you get those quarterly reports, that could be put on the agenda of the regular OPC meeting. And then under mental health, the only main takeaway I got was that we ought to rethink the title of that section. And maybe some of the particular tasks. So these are not recommendations, these are examples of what I just lifted up out of the notes as information for the ad hoc to consider in updating the draft plan. And I'd like to hear from each commissioner what your main takeaways are. And these are the ones that will make a difference, not mine. Okay, please, who'd like to take a moment first and make some notes and do some mental reflections. You do it, mentally or take some notes, and then in a moment, we'll ask you to sound off. What do you want to make sure this strategic plan includes? Doesn't include? Adds? Reflects? Okay, we're ready to go. Yeah, go ahead. Commissioner. One moment. So we're ready to hear from the commissioner, please.
Just my concluding thoughts on things that I'd like to see.
Can't hear you, Sam.
Okay, so my concluding thoughts on things I'd like to see, out of this strategic plan is to include OIG, CIPRA, the Code Defender's Office, and the Prosecutor's Office in, ideating and figuring out the sort of policy changes they're gonna be making. And then I'd like to get more community feedback on potential policy changes. So reaching out to CBOs, Juvenile Justice Center, or / Juvenile Justice Board to get their feedback as well. And to include the CBOs, also what's that restorative justice program for
The mediation program?
version?
Oh, NOAB.
Yeah, so to include that as well, because, we have some community members that come in and give their feedback, but there's also those community members who are not able to make it, right? So I'd like to reach out to those, and I think that goes in line with, serving those impacted communities as well as other communities, right? Some of those impacted communities are not able to make it, spend 5 hours, at a police commission meeting on a Thursday night, right? Like, people got kids, people got jobs. So I'd like to, make ourselves successful in that manner. And then, as Commissioner Farmer mentioned, I'd like to get us to focus our policy changes first, initially, on use of force and First Amendment violations.
Repeat that, please.
I'd like to focus our policy changes on use of force and First Amendment violations. There may have been a third point that we made.
It's use of force, First Amendment, racial profiling, and I can't remember the fourth one off the top of my head. It's all the things that we're charged with being charged.
And that was in line with, there's over 400 policies, a lot of them are updated. So for us to, I guess, filter up which ones are most important to us, it's my personal opinion. So start with those. You pull out the 400 and then start figuring out which one we're going to change first.
Anything else? Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. We don't have to, but I.
Yeah.
Who's next?
We touched on mine too. I would just add that we considered, all of the things that we discussed, that we, try to name or, identify ways that is in our purview as a commission to be on the preventative end of a thing versus just the reactive end. If that makes sense. So our purview is use of force, and we have a responsibility to evaluate that. But on the preventative end, what is our lane as a commission to learn more, find out, address those type of things? It might just be policy, it might be community engagement, whatever, but just making sure we have a holistic view.
Next, so just let me say that I think we've done some very good work today, and glad we did. I don't know how clearly this comes through, but I think that in terms of our mission, we need to be very clear on monitoring and changing the culture of OPs.
Anything else? Okay. Who else? Next? I think everyone else is on the committee, but I'd like to hear from you too. You, just the North Star? Okay.
Sticks out for me, like defining reverse engineering how to do.
So your own reflections about either what your takeaways are as an ad hoc member, or things that you wanna, the committee itself to adjust?
Yeah, no, I just want to thank you, and I want to thank Micah, and I want to thank Chair, and I want to thank the Chair of our ad hoc, Commissioner Jackson Castine, for doing all this organizing and setting all this up. I think this is great. Thank you to everyone from the public that's come, some really amazing comments from everyone, great feedback. And then in terms of prioritizing what policies to go over, I agree with Commissioner Dodd on those different areas that we need to focus on. And then as far as NSA is concerned, there are 9 of the 52 tasks that are focused on driving sustained cultural change. And I think that we focus on the policies that surround those tasks that will help us put together maybe our own plan for how we can take over as compliance director ultimately, which is the goal. So that's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for all of their hard work around this, especially the chair of the committee that
Especially the chair.
kept us on task, produced a lot of stuff. And again, what folks don't know is we can sit here and maybe try to pick holes in the agenda and, you know, the flow that we're 30 minutes behind. But we got folks that are literally taking calls, that are planning, that are setting notes at 11 o'clock at night between maternity appointments, and are just incredible dedication. So I just want to pick her up one time, and to the public that came out, always appreciate your feedback. And as we move forward, I think one of the things, as we talk about the vision, the mission, our values, it's kind of clear in terms of where we're trying to get to in terms of this overall culture change of OPD, right? We may want to explore looking at all this stuff and putting it into some sort of a logic model or theory of change to say, we focus and monitor on these activities. We focus on these policies. Again, we heard the public today about being very laser focused on what the hell is our task? What is our, and not veering away from that, right? And really putting our thumb on, if we identify these areas, these are the policies, these are the things that we're doing, they're gonna lead to these levels of transformation in how policing looks now. And then being able to stick to that, reevaluate that. I also think we need to build commissioners' capacity to continue to not only do onboard training, but continue to do bump training, continue to do refresher trainings, and build everybody's capacity to be able to have their 30-second elevator speech about what we do, what our strengths are, what our SWOT analysis is, right? So that we could all be representatives of the police commission and not have it just be the chair. And I'll just leave it at that for right now. And I think there's a lot of immediate steps that we need to take that I think it's a parallel process as we roll out some time-sensitive actions that we need to take with staying steady with the long-term goals that we need to be moving towards as being an independent body.
So could I ask the two of you, and then the two of you, to just have a very brief conversation about how this day went for you, and what do you think the main outcome was? Main outcome and how the day worked for you. Yeah. One more minute. Okay, let's bring it back and let's do a quick round robin and we'll wrap it up. So can we start here? Just, you know, Jermaine, 2 questions.
Really my understanding, we're gonna come out with questions, but more so just like
No,
your thoughts.
No, yeah, your thoughts, I mean, respond to the 2 questions. Your thoughts on, your main takeaways and how did they work?
I think it went well. I think it was informative. I think that, we have identified some places where we can, focus more attention on and include motion feedback and with that. So I think that was help out. Yes.
I just think it was a great process to have a roadmap about what we're gonna go and to give everyone thought about it. I personally feel like we took a lot of time, which is what before connecting, but I would to conversation.
Yeah, like you said, I think one last thing for me is that, I think our chair also discussed this as well. In the regular meetings, I don't feel like we have the capacity to have these conversations. And I think that this space allows us to have those type of conversations, right? Like we usually talk about like specific agendized items and we're time constrained to those items and we're not allowed to be, it's not the place for us to go in all these different directions. And I think this will be helpful to that.
Thank you. Please.
Mine was that I would like us to sort out potentially opportunities to, even if it has to be public, to have more of these meetings where we can have all the commissioners, because it was still pretty high level, which I know was the intention, but to go deeper, to not just be an ad hoc, because ad hoc still somebody's expertise is missing. So if we could come up with potentially a calendar of public dig deep in, you know, it's made public, but we have an opportunity as a commission to all be together. That would be great.
Great. Well, I think mine is a way of saying the same thing. We need to find ways that we can meet and it will be interesting and involving for the folks who may not have the history and the long experience with what we're talking about and it becomes boring. I think so. We need to find some ways that we can meet and deal with small pieces in some way that people can become engaged. Please.
Yeah, and I guess, Ricardo and I just, really appreciate like comments from the public. Like the diversity of the comments, that's a good thing because it represents, you know, all the different voices in Oakland. I personally would love to be able to do like more like working meetings like this. So that people can actually like really ask the deeper questions that they have. So it's not just like surface level questions, things like that. So, but no, I thought this was productive. It was a great first step. I look forward to where we're gonna go with this.
So, just 2 things, and I want to ask the chair to make the final comment, any reflection she might have. But, I have literally contracted with more than 1,200 to 1,300 organizations across the country over 30 years. This has been my 24/7, and I have not worked with anyone who is more capable at organizing this kind of work than Michael. Woo! She is a critical. This is the honor. She is as good as yeah. That said, the chair has the final closing comment.
Chair, before you close, you have 2 comments for the end, if you want me to do that now or. Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, so we have one from Millie and one from Paula Hawthorne. You don't want that one? Ms. Hawthorne, she's gone? Oh, there you are.
Here I am, of course. So once again, about the NSA. for this quarterly report that we want to get coming on the agenda about. Ask people from the monitors team to come. Start getting some transparency here. Get some information about exactly, ask them to report on exactly what it's going to take. Right? Not just read the report and everyone try to figure out what the report means. Get them to come and talk to you and hold them accountable, because they are stopping you from getting your job done.
Great.
Those are all of the public comments. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Ann, you just came and told me, tangents.
So, of course, we're not gonna be able to get the monitor to tell you what to do if they've eviscerated all of, oversight, because it's gonna be really irrelevant, then we're just gonna keep sending the money to the monitor. But, I also just wanted to mention, there are 2 vacancies on the selection panel.
Yes.
And the selection panel is much less work than the police commission. That doesn't mean any of you can quit and switch to the selection panel. But it does mean they need 2 people, they need them now, because of some weirdness that happened. Somebody's time is up, they have to leave immediately. So there are vacancies, there are 2 vacancies. If you know anybody who would be interested in just helping to select the community members who serve on the commission, there's some meetings, but it's nothing like the commission. And there's somebody who was previously on it, who's always happy to talk to people about how it goes. But those seats need to be filled, they need to be filled quite quickly.
Do you know which district?
Thank you.
I don't think they care about districts right now. If you've got a person, let me know.
Madam Chair?
Well, I want to just thank everyone for coming out today. I know it was a full day, so a bit longer than our regular meetings, and I appreciate everyone's engagement. Everyone seems to stay awake and involved. And I think this is really good. This was the feedback we're looking for, like the good, bad, the ugly, everything in between. So I appreciate the transparency, and not only providing us feedback, but also holding us accountable to the roles and responsibilities and duties that we have as the commission. And with that, additional duties, this is homework for the commissioners. So you have all of this information in your written document here, in your packet, what we went over today, and then Micah also sent out electronic versions in, I think it's a Word document, Google Sheets, same difference. So if you take the week and think about it, come back, if you can send us back like track changes on the Word document, it's 2. There's one for vision and mission, and then there's one with the goals and objectives and everything. And put your comments in there, send them back to the members of the ad hoc and CC Micah and Dr. Satterwhite, please, by the end of next week. Then we can consolidate all of the feedback, refine everything and finalize it and start preparing for phase 3, our final phase of this strategic planning process.
And for the
Are the video recordings with Judge Warren still available, or will we see it live?
I don't know that part. I don't know if there's something more accessible. We can see it live. Yeah. I think.
You
Oh,
can,
transfer, yes, it's there.
you can order a transfer, you should just catch it live.
I saw it. And I just want, for the public's sake, because we want to make sure that everything that we talk about, you guys, is posted in the agenda. So what the commissioners have here, what Ann is talking about is what's in the agenda. It's the Measure LL, it's the S1, and it's the agenda essentially. That's what they have here, and she's referencing.
So by Friday, thank you. Lisa, thank you.
You need to help with.
Right after next Friday.
Shout out what you need to know.
Okay.
We need some help with the cleanup. Could you just shout out what you'd like, people, the chairs, the tables?
So, yes. No. So the tables and chairs can stay. So I have to take our tablecloths that I put on and we have to remove the food. If there's any food that anybody wants to take.
You know, there's some folks outside.
Yes,
That's what they want.
yes. Please, please, please do. Okay. So, she's gonna open those in front of us.
Very good. Actually,
Almost down my limb for going time on it.
It's exactly excluding.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I was wondering, when you.
Why you right?
I'm like. Great job, Dr. Satterwhite, thank you.
Michael, did you?
Oh, I need just snacks, unless you're gonna.
No, I'll give you
Yes, for you.
these.
Maybe.
Yes,
And then you want our name tags.
yes, please.
Where you want me to put them in the good one?
Oh, yes, no, put your snack, yeah, anything on that table.
Thank you.
You want us to break down tables or something?
So.
Sure.
Chairs will stay like that too.
We're going to do everybody here.
So you. I think it's a great job. I don't know. Oh. Yes. Not that one, I saw it online, I thought it was so good. Yes. Oh my God, thank you. I saw that and I was like, this is ridiculous, I'm not screwing my other. Thank you, I love it. Oh, it's so. It's like good for like hard, like, yeah. Yes, thank you. All house.
It might be.
Yes. It's not in there.
No, I don't, is it working?
Here, oh, right there.
Oh, okay.
What's this one, Micah? Oh my gosh, like literally when I have everything that we want to watch. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. Oh my God. On the.
And if we do the admin, I think that'd be good. The other one's already. Okay, we're good. Is the whole thing yours? One.
Yeah. Thank you. Jason, nice to meet you. Angela. Thank you. I know we're in Saturday. Thank you.
I'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Vincent.
Bye.
Word's going there.
Yeah, I've got a couple of different ones. No, not that bad. You can just move the cord on this table and then I can bring them.
Right back. You got your scissors and. There's the people, no, four fold the chairs, no. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, this is Bobby. You want to take the over? Your weapon fighting system. So match. Put a picture of all of them. Pretty right.
What happened? They're right here. Okay. You need anything else? Sam said he put it on the table, he'll have a little more things. You wanna help put these cords up, Sam, since you're a tech person?
Tech person.
You said you work in tech. You must know how to do tech work.
Where?
Mike, and I can got me a job, today, things already. Probably in the days already. I can got me a today, things already. I don't know, but. I don't know.
What is your name? Oh, no. Oh, we could have voted, you know. But I think I'm prepared and ready.
And I was laughing. When the wild recommendation. You said. You knew it was coming. So yeah,
He said to me right before then, and I said, well, why? And it's like, he was like, no, he said it right then before that.
We should have a commissioner party for charge the public to come in. So we should have a commissioner party for charge them to come in.
I was thinking,
he grows.
Yeah, between what was in there and here.
I was very distracted.
You taking these donuts or you want them on this table? And what about this? This is telephone.
I walked back, I was like, "Don't stop, come back here."
Oh, it's one back there. Oh, yeah, it's back there. You want us to put it in there like that? Oh, she get it there. Yeah, it's back there.
I can wear them. I could.
And they comfortable to them. Me, cause I kind of like
That goes right now. See my woman, I No, no. Yeah. I did 50. I heard about your class, I didn't know there was a fiance. A fiance. Oh, congratulations, what you do? I'm not big, things on. Yeah. So there's like one street over there. No, first, there's no. Decorated, dropped off my house. Every year we kind of speak for ourselves. Yeah. Every year we walk around. So decorated. The black hat. That is where, yes, I have. It's downstairs, yes. So there was a. Definitely now that I'm like, I started to marry. Yeah. First time together, you had like. There design, all the friends and. Special photographer, and, picture of the actor. Being butler. I was getting large.
Cuties. They all need cuties, though. And I thought I was saying.
I said, she and you know, we're in my backpack. I can't even care.
How many of you have?
Yeah.
So y'all.
Yeah. Yes, of Yeah. So I'm inspired to my fiance, we would like, if you would let him propose to you, like you done this, when we first did, we met 20 years ago, I had like just turned 21, and he was like, yeah, right now, all this stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, so you want to make me a child, right? That's why you want to make a child. No, that's possible.
Yeah, I did, I was just like, well, I was trying to call on. I mean, what did I ask for? But I only applied.
The bird.
It's almost like I was. Earlier, I mean, I like the more I talked about it, 15 having it, yeah. Anything on lifestyle and you just put on. Here. Maybe you never mentioned. You never mentioned any of that. It's here, it's really, really bad. I did. Oh, we're getting, you know. We're saying, yeah. Yeah, that's number 8, because that's one of I saw this on my Instagram and I was like, this would be so cool. But it's out. Yes. It's so so, and then thank you. Yeah, it is. Thank you. Y'all best friends. Thank you.
Oh, but they started that, coalition of police accountability, which has, they've been working on it. But they can find. Yeah. They were finding them amongst each other. They were finding. She did it wrong.
Have a nice day today. Not ready. At 4 o'clock. And I was like, yeah. Oh, I know. I remember I was found out. I said, hey. I'm like, no, don't do all of this. No, please. No, I was like, let it make, let it decide. I think that's one of the
I guess my point is like, I can tell you. Only time.
Yeah. Here, I don't think it's only bird, and they also, I didn't do that, how would you do that? Maybe, I had a talk, but I didn't feel like, I was feeling like, they like.
Oh, something's wrong. I bet they say that. You know what I'm saying?
They're just racist.
Well, in order to prevent those bad outcomes, they're like, let's, yes, instead of just like. Oh, yeah, that's what it's right. You don't have class with everything that's over in there. Yeah, you just come down.
Right. I'll leave over at the JJC. A lot of juveniles go to recently too. People are not gonna come over and see you. Well,
You just got to burn before I get it to your friend, try to make it look more soft, like modern.
that's right. Oh, I got leg, I'm like, right. With the broken. Yeah. That is good.
All right, I think that's it. Reading the single thought. Right. But it's stuff that I like. That's it, right? We did rolling part, your my car, okay. You need help here. Thank you for all your hard work. You know, can we?
What else you want before you leave? You gotta practice. Like call this meeting to order. We'll call the meeting to order.
Oh, wait, it's gonna be gone. There's an apology to order.
Put that down. Put it down first. Go, call this meeting to order. Welcome everybody. Regular. Roll call, roll. Read it line by line, that's it. For our.
Wait, so next time, it's not there. And you're not. But it's that still, oh, right. In this, there's a closet. I mean, it might be there.
I saw like 12-year-old.
Yeah.
All of
Have I ever had, as an chair ever had to do a motion to? I'm like, hey, talk about that. We're not having the baby there. I'm like, hey, talk.
Be like, oh, like. Because I came back so late and everything.
All the parents was, like, there was a club right there
Yeah.
that had multiple prongs, that's the only part.
It's big, summer seat, yeah.
There's like there.
Yeah. Like, and when I got back, I saw it, not very senior game.
So.
Senior never.
Yeah, that's ours.
There were, everything was so hooked up, and then there was like, I don't know, 40 people. One of them was like. Very sweet. Yeah, you know, my parents here. You need to be very, some people, you know, like, obviously. And she was saying, oh, I was like 27 or something. And I was like, so how much work do you think my first one? I was like, we won't, it's like, I don't know, it's for your educational purposes. There were, that's like. That's like their, yeah, that's their thing. Yeah, like they wrote a legislation for, like, they. Yeah, yeah, it's new. And, like, Marion. They all come together. Yeah, and there's also like another. And. On this, they give me a bunch of things. All the time, my God. It's not all the time. And Rashida. Oh, that's what she's.
I reached out to her, just say I haven't seen her face.
Yeah.
And I was looking out for her, and she was like, yeah, I haven't been, I've been going through some, health challenges. But I heard it was affiliation. Check it out on you, I was like, here, anyway, over 2 months. She's the, what they call the godmother of the policy club, right? Seen her before.
Yeah. She's gone.
We got for your last time here. I'll give you the whole.
Alright.
That stuff I can take care of.
Yeah, good, extra tomorrow, help me, or, yeah.
Favor on your way out. Just to go and do the garbage. And you don't want to put it out, you go like, no, they,
Yes, they're walking.
no, they are. Oh, they do. That's what they are.
Yes.
There, it's not like that, and I.
I'm very treated, my brother.